Hello, my sleepy heads. It's good to have you back. Tonight, we'll travel far beyond the modern world to the cradle of civilization itself, a land of rivers and plains, where the first cities of Ashur and Nimrud rose, and where humankind learned to build, govern, and organize on an unprecedented scale. This is the story of the Assyrian Empire, of kings and scribes, armies and temples, laws and legacies that shaped history itself. But before we begin, I just want to thank you for being here. If these quiet journeys through time bring you peace, or help you drift into rest, please consider liking this video and subscribing. Now, settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's return to the world of the Assyrians. The origins of Assyria can be traced back to the early 3rd millennium BCE, during the period when Mesopotamia's northern regions began developing settlements along the upper Tigris River. Archaeological evidence indicates that these early Assyrian communities emerged in a landscape shaped by the convergence of fertile floodplains, rugged hills, and strategic trade routes linking Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. By the 3rd millennium BCE, towns such as Ashur, which would later become the religious and administrative heart of the Assyrian state, had already begun to take shape. Excavations at Ashur reveal mud brick structures, temples dedicated to regional deities, and evidence of early urban planning, suggesting that even at this early stage, the population had begun organizing itself around social hierarchies, economic specialization, and religious institutions. The presence of imported goods, including metals from Anatolia and luxury items from the south, indicates that these settlements were not isolated but actively engaged in long-distance exchange networks, laying the foundation for the Assyrian emphasis on commerce and connectivity. During this early period, political organization was limited but increasingly hierarchical. Local rulers, often referred to in contemporary inscriptions as ensi, oversaw small communities, managing agricultural production, trade, and temple administration. These early leaders were closely tied to religious authority, reflecting the Mesopotamian tradition of legitimizing power through divine sanction. Temples functioned not only as spiritual centers, but also as economic hubs, controlling land, labor, and the collection of surplus agricultural produce. This combination of religious and secular authority provided a model that would later be replicated and expanded on as Assyria transitioned into a city-state and eventually a regional power. Archaeological layers from Ashur indicate continuous occupation through successive generations, with incremental improvements in infrastructure, pottery, and metallurgy reflecting technological diffusion and a growing complexity in social organization. The surrounding geography played a crucial role in shaping the development of early Assyria. The upper Tigris basin offered arable land suitable for cereal cultivation, while the river itself provided water for irrigation and a natural route for transportation and trade. Hills and highlands to the east and north offered protection from nomadic incursions and allowed control over important passes, facilitating the movement of goods and armies. By strategically situating settlements along these corridors, early Assyrians could monitor trade, levy tolls, and establish influence over neighboring communities. Archaeological surveys indicate that early Assyrian settlements were linked by a network of secondary towns and rural villages, creating an interconnected system of production, exchange, and administration that foreshadowed the later imperial organization. Evidence of economic specialization emerges in this period, particularly in crafts, metallurgy, and textile production. Excavations of workshop areas in Ashur reveal traces of copper smelting, bronze casting, and advanced pottery techniques. The production of these materials not only supported local needs, but also enabled trade with regions such as Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. This early engagement with metallurgy and craftsmanship reflects an understanding of resource management and the social utility of skilled labor. By organizing these activities under the supervision of temple complexes and local rulers, early Assyria created proto-bureaucratic structures capable of mobilizing labor and resources efficiently, a precursor to the later sophisticated administration of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Religious life in early Assyria centered on the worship of deities associated with agriculture, fertility, and protection. The city of Ashur itself derived its name from the god Ashur, who would become the primary deity of the Assyrian pantheon. Archaeological evidence, including altars, votive objects, and temple foundations, indicates that rituals were conducted to secure agricultural abundance, social stability, and military success. The integration of religious practice with political authority reinforced the legitimacy of local rulers and provided a framework for mobilizing the population during both construction projects and military campaigns. This symbiosis between religious institutions and civic governance established a model that persisted throughout Assyria's history, underpinning the empire's capacity to project authority over a large and diverse population. The emergence of writing and record-keeping further shaped early Assyrian society. Clay tablets inscribed in cuneiform script document administrative transactions, trade agreements, and religious offerings. These records reveal an early bureaucratic sensibility, where accounting, contracts, and communication were systematically managed to maintain social and economic order. Literacy and scribal expertise were closely tied to temple administration, which controlled both education and the dissemination of information. The ability to document transactions, codify agreements, and record events provided a mechanism for continuity, accountability, and planning that would later be essential for the administration of an empire spanning thousands of kilometers. Trade and interaction with neighboring regions also influenced early Assyrian development. Evidence of Anatolian copper, Syrian textiles, and southern Mesopotamian goods in northern settlements demonstrates that Assyria participated in long-distance exchange networks. These commercial connections introduced new technologies, cultural practices, and economic opportunities, creating incentives for territorial expansion and the projection of influence. The focus on trade during this formative stage not only enriched the economy, but also cultivated the political and logistical capacities necessary to manage complex interregional interactions. By establishing itself as a node in these networks, early Assyria laid the groundwork for its future ambitions as a regional power capable of controlling both commerce and territory. The evolution from small villages to organized city-states was gradual but consistent. By the mid-3rd millennium BCE, settlements like Ashur had developed fortified structures, administrative centers, and regularized street layouts. These urban developments reflect both population growth and the need for coordinated defense, resource distribution, and governance. Fortifications indicate an awareness of external threats, while the organization of domestic and public spaces suggests sophisticated planning and social stratification. The combination of defense, administration, and economic activity created a stable platform from which Assyria could expand its influence beyond the immediate Tigris basin. Archaeological data indicate that early Assyria maintained close cultural and economic ties with southern Mesopotamia, particularly the Sumerian and Akkadian cities. This connection facilitated the transfer of administrative techniques, legal concepts, and religious practices, which were adapted to the northern context. The adoption of Sumerian-inspired writing systems, bureaucratic procedures, and urban models illustrates the selective integration of external knowledge into Assyrian society. By adapting these influences rather than replicating them wholesale, early Assyrians developed a distinctive identity, emphasizing both continuity with Mesopotamian traditions and regional autonomy. This synthesis provided the cultural cohesion necessary for subsequent expansion and consolidation. Military organization in this period remained modest but increasingly formalized. Local militias were mobilized for defense against neighboring communities and raiders, while fortifications provided strategic control over river crossings and trade routes. Archaeological evidence, including weapons caches and defensive walls, indicates that early Assyrian leaders prioritized both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although the scale of warfare was limited compared to later imperial campaigns, these early structures and practices established a foundation for the professionalized army that would define the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Coordination between civic authorities, temple officials, and military leaders reflects an integrated approach to security and governance. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, Assyria had established a pattern of urban hierarchy, economic specialization, religious centralization, and proto-bureaucratic administration. These developments were crucial in transforming scattered settlements into a cohesive social and political entity capable of exerting influence over surrounding regions. Early Assyrian rulers effectively combined control over agricultural production, trade networks, religious institutions, and emerging administrative technologies to create a durable framework of governance. This foundation enabled subsequent generations to expand territorial control, develop sophisticated military systems, and integrate a diverse population under a centralized authority. The emergence of Ashur as the focal point of religion, trade, and administration exemplifies the integration of multiple societal dimensions. It became a template for future Assyrian cities, combining governance, defense, commerce, and religious observance in a single urban center. The consolidation of authority around a central city reinforced social hierarchies, facilitated coordinated labor mobilization, and provided a tangible center of identity for the population. By the end of this formative stage, Assyria had transitioned from small, loosely connected villages to an organized polity with the structural capacities of a city-state. This transformation laid the groundwork for subsequent phases of expansion, imperial consolidation, and cultural development that would define Assyria over the next 2 millennia. The systematic organization of labor, administration, trade, and religious life during this period established the patterns that enabled Assyria to emerge as one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in the ancient Near East, bridging the gap between early Mesopotamian settlements and the later imperial state. Over the next centuries, these foundational developments, urbanization, administration, trade networks, religious centralization, and proto-military organization, would converge to support the emergence of Assyria as a regional power capable of expansion, governance, and sustained influence across Mesopotamia and beyond. Early Assyria's development during the 3rd and early 2nd millennia BC, it demonstrates a critical transition from small city-states into a regionally influential polity capable of exerting both economic and political power. Archaeological evidence from sites including Ashur, Nineveh, and Nimrud reveals a gradual but consistent pattern of urban expansion, technological advancement, and socio-political stratification. The growth of these settlements reflects an increasing capacity to manage surplus production, facilitate trade, and maintain security in a competitive northern Mesopotamian environment. Pottery typologies, building remains, and administrative tablets indicate not only continuity of occupation, but also the emergence of specialized craft production, suggesting the development of artisan classes and a division of labor that would later support large-scale state infrastructure. Early Assyria's position along the Tigris River corridor enabled it to control both upstream and downstream trade, providing access to raw materials such as timber from Anatolia, metals from the Zagros Mountains, and agricultural produce from surrounding plains. The consolidation of Assyrian political authority was incremental and closely tied to religious institutions. The city of Ashur, serving as a religious center dedicated to the god Ashur, became the focal point for governance, trade, and ritual activity. Excavations indicate that temples functioned as administrative centers, overseeing land allocation, surplus storage, and labor organization. This integration of religious and civic responsibilities provided legitimacy for local rulers and ensured coordinated management of resources. Over time, the office of the king evolved from a primarily religiously sanctioned position into a central figure in economic administration, military coordination, and diplomatic engagement with neighboring polities. Textual evidence, including early inscriptions and economic tablets, demonstrates the implementation of standardized measures for trade and taxation, reflecting a bureaucratic sophistication unusual for the period. Trade networks in early Assyria expanded significantly during this period, linking northern Mesopotamia with Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. Artifacts such as Anatolian copper tools, Syrian textiles, and imported luxury goods found in Ashur and Nineveh indicate active engagement in long-distance exchange. These networks facilitated the transfer of technology, artistic styles, and cultural practices, contributing to a synthesis of regional influences that shaped early Assyrian identity. Participation in trade also provided incentives for territorial expansion, as controlling routes and border settlements allowed for the regulation of commerce, collection of tolls, and assertion of political authority over strategic areas. This economic engagement established a foundation for the empire's later emphasis on infrastructure, military logistics, and centralized administration. Technological and craft developments during this phase reflect both innovation and adaptation. Evidence of bronze casting, metallurgy, and pottery workshops demonstrates an increasingly specialized workforce capable of producing goods for both domestic use and export. The integration of these industries within urban centers illustrates an organized approach to resource management, labor allocation, and production planning. The resulting economic surplus not only supported the growth of urban populations, but also facilitated the construction of public buildings, fortifications, and temples. This period also witnessed advancements in irrigation techniques and land management, enabling more reliable crop yields and supporting population expansion. By organizing labor for agricultural and craft production, early Assyrian communities inadvertently created structures resembling the administrative frameworks that would define later imperial governance. Military organization during early Assyrian development remained modest but functional, designed primarily for defense and regional dominance. Archaeological evidence from fortifications and weapon caches indicates that local rulers maintained militias capable of securing urban centers and surrounding territories. Control of strategic high ground, river crossings, and trade routes provided both security and leverage in regional disputes. These defensive arrangements also served as a testing ground for early military administration, including coordination between local authorities, provisioning of troops, and fortification construction. While warfare was limited in scale compared to later imperial campaigns, these measures established a foundation for the disciplined, organized military forces that would later define the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The growth of urban centers in this period also facilitated social stratification and the emergence of a proto-bureaucracy. Elite classes, including priests, artisans, and administrators, gained influence through control of production, trade, and religious institutions. Standardized record-keeping using cuneiform tablets enabled efficient management of goods, labor, and taxation, providing continuity and accountability. Literacy became a key tool of administration, with scribes maintaining archives that documented economic transactions, temple offerings, and civic decisions. The establishment of formal roles within the temple and palace complexes created a division of labor that allowed rulers to govern increasingly complex urban populations. This bureaucratic framework provided both the capacity for administrative efficiency and a mechanism to enforce compliance, centralizing authority in ways that would persist into the later empire. Religion remained integral to early Assyrian political and social life. The city of Ashur was not only a political hub, but also the center of ritual activity, with temples dedicated to Ashur serving as focal points for civic organization, trade regulation, and ceremonial observance. Rituals emphasized the relationship between the king and the divine, reinforcing his authority and providing a framework for social cohesion. Religious festivals, offerings, and temple administration integrated diverse aspects of urban life, linking economic production, political legitimacy, and cultural identity. This integration of spiritual and civic functions ensured that religious institutions played a central role in the management of both internal and external affairs, establishing a model that would guide the empire for centuries. Interaction with neighboring regions further shaped early Assyrian development. Contacts with southern Mesopotamia, particularly Sumer and Akkad, influenced writing, legal codes, and urban planning, while engagement with northern Anatolia and the Zagros Mountains facilitated access to metals and timber essential for military and architectural projects. These interactions fostered technological transfer, diplomatic engagement, and economic integration. Assyria's ability to selectively adapt foreign practices into a locally coherent system allowed it to consolidate political authority and cultural identity while participating in wider regional networks. This adaptive approach strengthened its resilience, setting the stage for both regional influence and eventual imperial expansion. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, early Assyrian settlements had evolved into organized city-states capable of projecting influence over adjacent territories. Fortified urban centers, standardized economic systems, integrated religious institutions, and proto-bureaucratic administration created a cohesive framework for governance. This period laid the groundwork for the emergence of territorial expansion, regional diplomacy, and sustained military campaigns. Assyria's early development demonstrates a careful integration of environmental resources, economic surplus, administrative innovation, and social organization, providing the structural foundation for its later transformation into a dominant regional power. The combination of trade, religious centralization, technological innovation, and administrative organization during this period illustrates how early Assyria constructed the mechanisms of statehood. By linking urban centers, controlling critical trade routes, and establishing proto-bureaucratic practices, early Assyrians created a resilient and adaptable political entity. This period demonstrates the empire's capacity for economic integration, social cohesion, and administrative sophistication, which would allow it to expand successfully across Mesopotamia in subsequent centuries. The development of urban hierarchy, centralized authority, and regional influence during this phase set the trajectory for Assyria's transformation from a localized city-state to a powerful, territorially extensive empire. The social, political, and economic innovations of early Assyria also facilitated the emergence of complex governance structures. Control over surplus production, organized labor, and strategic trade routes allowed rulers to consolidate authority and exercise influence over neighboring communities. These early administrative practices created continuity in decision-making and resource allocation, supporting both stability and expansion. The capacity to manage labor, oversee infrastructure, and regulate trade networks provided an essential platform for the larger-scale imperial ambitions that would define the Neo-Assyrian period. Over the next centuries, the foundational elements established during this stage, urbanization, religious centralization, economic specialization, and bureaucratic management, would converge to enable Assyria to project power far beyond its original geographic boundaries. Early Assyrian settlements also illustrate the importance of integrating cultural, economic, and political strategies. Religious institutions reinforced political authority, trade networks expanded economic resources, and technological innovations supported infrastructure and craft production. The alignment of these elements facilitated population growth, urban expansion, and social cohesion, creating a resilient framework for governance. Archaeological evidence demonstrates that these early developments were not isolated but interconnected, producing a system capable of responding to both environmental challenges and regional competition. By the end of this formative stage, Assyria had developed the essential mechanisms of statecraft that would support its emergence as a major regional power, capable of territorial expansion, military organization, and administrative sophistication. By the mid-2nd millennium BCE, early Assyria had transformed from scattered villages into cohesive urban centers with the capacity for regional influence. The combination of strategic geographic placement, economic specialization, religious centralization, and proto-bureaucratic governance provided a model for sustained development and eventual imperial expansion. The integration of these elements, urban infrastructure, administrative records, trade networks, and social stratification, enabled Assyria to consolidate power internally while projecting influence externally. These developments established the structural and organizational foundations that would support its emergence as one of the most influential civilizations of the ancient Near East. The trajectory set during this phase laid the groundwork for subsequent stages of territorial expansion, military innovation, and cultural consolidation, ensuring that Assyria's growth followed a path of deliberate, evidence-based statecraft capable of sustaining long-term influence across Mesopotamia and neighboring regions. Over time, early Assyria's combination of trade, administrative organization, religious centralization, and technological adaptation enabled it to achieve a level of social cohesion and economic stability uncommon among contemporary Mesopotamian city-states. These developments created conditions conducive to expansion, allowing Assyria to exert influence over neighboring territories, integrate diverse populations, and establish the political infrastructure necessary for sustained regional dominance. The evolution of Ashur, Nineveh, and other early urban centers demonstrates the effective synthesis of multiple societal dimensions into a coherent state system. By establishing these mechanisms early, Assyria positioned itself to transition smoothly from a regional city-state into a territorial power capable of centralized governance, coordinated military campaigns, and long-term cultural impact, setting the stage for its eventual rise as an empire. The expansion and consolidation of early Assyrian city-states represent a critical stage in the development of what would later become a centralized and territorially extensive empire. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, settlements such as Ashur, Nineveh, and Nimrud had begun to extend their influence over neighboring towns and rural communities through a combination of military presence, economic integration, and religious authority. Archaeological surveys indicate the construction of fortifications, defensive walls, and strategically placed watchtowers along trade routes and river crossings, demonstrating a systematic approach to territorial control. These measures ensured that the core urban centers could maintain authority over productive agricultural lands, manage trade networks, and protect essential resources from rival polities or nomadic incursions. The combination of military preparedness and economic regulation allowed early Assyria to establish stability, enabling a coordinated expansion of influence throughout northern Mesopotamia. Economic integration played a significant role in consolidating Assyrian authority. Excavations of administrative tablets reveal standardized systems for collecting taxes, distributing resources, and regulating trade within the growing network of settlements. The core cities maintained oversight over artisanal production, including metalworking, pottery, and textile manufacture, while controlling agricultural surpluses from surrounding villages. This organization facilitated resource redistribution during periods of shortage and ensured the sustainability of urban populations. Early Assyrian leaders leveraged these economic mechanisms to extend their influence, establishing a level of centralized management that allowed city-states to operate coherently while projecting authority over peripheral territories. Archaeological evidence suggests that this approach contributed to social cohesion and reduced internal conflict, reinforcing the legitimacy of early rulers. Military organization during this period was increasingly formalized, reflecting the growing complexity of territorial administration. Local militias and professional soldiers were stationed in fortified urban centers, with responsibilities including border defense, suppression of uprisings, and protection of trade routes. Weapons caches, fortification remnants, and relief depictions of armed forces indicate the deployment of both offensive and defensive strategies. Early Assyrian leaders recognized the need for a disciplined, well-coordinated military to secure their expanding territories and maintain order. This period of consolidation allowed city-states to establish strategic garrisons at key locations, ensuring rapid response to external threats and internal disturbances. The integration of military, administrative, and religious authority facilitated coordinated governance, which became a hallmark of Assyrian political strategy. Religious institutions continued to play a central role in consolidating early Assyrian authority. Temples dedicated to the god Ashur and other regional deities functioned as both spiritual centers and administrative hubs, overseeing the management of agricultural land, craft production, and trade. The priesthood served as intermediaries between rulers and the population, reinforcing political legitimacy and social hierarchy. Rituals and festivals were employed to promote cohesion and loyalty, linking urban populations with the broader religious and political framework. This integration of religious and civic responsibilities ensured that expanding city-states maintained continuity of governance, while simultaneously projecting cultural and ideological influence over subordinate communities. The consolidation of early Assyrian city-states was also facilitated by active engagement in regional diplomacy and trade. Assyria's strategic location along the upper Tigris River provided access to resources and trade networks extending into Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. Archaeological evidence indicates the movement of raw materials, finished goods, and luxury items across these networks, reflecting both the economic reach and diplomatic engagement of early Assyrian rulers. Treaties, correspondence, and trade agreements recorded on cuneiform tablets demonstrate the use of negotiation alongside military presence to establish influence over neighboring regions. By combining economic leverage with political authority, early Assyrian leaders were able to expand their control while maintaining relative stability in newly incorporated territories. Urban planning and architectural development contributed to the consolidation process by creating tangible symbols of authority and cohesion. Excavations reveal the construction of administrative buildings, temples, and residential quarters that reflected both functional requirements and social hierarchies. Fortified city walls and gates not only provided protection, but also represented political and military strength. The spatial organization of urban centers facilitated efficient administration, coordinated resource distribution, and effective defense. These architectural developments reinforced the integration of multiple societal functions, religious, political, economic, and military, within the urban core, strengthening Assyria's capacity to manage an expanding territory. Social stratification became increasingly pronounced as early Assyria expanded its influence. The emergence of elite classes, including administrators, priests, and skilled artisans, allowed for specialized management of resources and governance tasks. Standardized record-keeping and the professionalization of scribes facilitated continuity and accountability, enabling rulers to maintain control over diverse populations. This hierarchical organization ensured that the growing complexity of urban and regional administration could be sustained, providing a foundation for the emergence of larger territorial states. By integrating elite classes into governance structures, early Assyria was able to consolidate authority and ensure adherence to political, economic, and religious norms. Military campaigns and defensive strategies during this period also reinforced Assyria's consolidation. Evidence from fortifications, reliefs, and inscriptions indicates that city-states engaged in coordinated operations to suppress local uprisings, secure trade routes, and maintain regional dominance. These operations required organized leadership, logistical planning, and the mobilization of specialized labor forces. By integrating military authority with administrative and religious oversight, early Assyria established a system capable of enforcing order across expanding territories. This integration set the stage for the more sophisticated military apparatus that would characterize the Neo-Assyrian Empire, demonstrating an early understanding of the interplay between military power and political stability. Economic, religious, and military integration enabled early Assyrian city-states to assert influence over their neighbors without relying solely on conquest. Tribute systems, trade regulation, and religious authority provided mechanisms for extending control while maintaining social cohesion. Archaeological evidence indicates that surrounding settlements gradually adopted Assyrian administrative practices, religious rituals, and economic standards, reflecting the spread of cultural and political norms. This diffusion reinforced the central authority of the urban core and facilitated the development of a cohesive territorial identity. Early Assyria's ability to integrate peripheral communities into its political and economic framework illustrates the strategic use of soft power alongside military capabilities. By the end of this phase, early Assyrian city-states had developed the administrative, economic, and military structures necessary to sustain regional influence and prepare for territorial expansion. Fortified urban centers, centralized religious institutions, standardized trade and taxation systems, and organized military forces created a stable foundation for governance. This period of consolidation ensured that subsequent expansion would not merely be territorial, but also administratively sustainable, enabling the integration of diverse populations into a cohesive political framework. The processes implemented during this stage highlight the deliberate, evidence-based strategies employed by early Assyrian rulers to extend authority, maintain order, and secure long-term stability. Urbanization, trade, and administration intersected to produce a resilient political system capable of enduring environmental, economic, and military pressures. By establishing fortified city centers, centralizing religious authority, and standardizing administrative procedures, early Assyria created a model for coordinated regional governance. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that these mechanisms allowed rulers to manage surplus production, regulate trade, and enforce compliance among both urban and rural populations. The strategic combination of military, religious, and economic authority enabled early Assyria to assert influence without excessive reliance on force, creating a balanced approach to governance that would characterize the empire's later expansions. The integration of peripheral regions into the Assyrian political framework during this period demonstrates an early understanding of imperial management. Local leaders, often maintaining a degree of autonomy, were incorporated into the administrative hierarchy through tribute obligations, religious alignment, and participation in economic networks. This system facilitated resource extraction, trade regulation, and military mobilization while preserving relative stability in newly incorporated territories. By combining coercion, diplomacy, and administrative oversight, early Assyria created a governance model capable of scaling across increasingly large and diverse regions. These developments established the foundations for future territorial expansion and imperial consolidation. By consolidating control over urban centers, trade networks, and peripheral communities, early Assyrian city-states established the conditions necessary for sustained influence and eventual imperial ambitions. Fortified settlements, integrated religious institutions, and coordinated administrative systems allowed rulers to maintain stability, enforce authority, and mobilize resources efficiently. This period of expansion and consolidation demonstrates the deliberate, structured approach employed by early Assyria to extend influence, integrating political, economic, religious, and military strategies into a cohesive framework. Over the following centuries, these foundations would support the emergence of a more centralized and territorially extensive Assyrian state, capable of projecting power and sustaining governance over the broader Mesopotamian landscape. The processes of territorial expansion and consolidation in early Assyria illustrate the interplay between urbanization, administrative organization, military strategy, and religious centralization. By creating fortified city-states with coordinated governance, integrated economic systems, and culturally cohesive institutions, early Assyria established the structural and organizational capacity to exert influence across northern Mesopotamia. These developments represent a critical stage in the transformation from localized settlements into a polity capable of projecting regional authority, setting the stage for the emergence of larger territorial states, more sophisticated administrative hierarchies, and eventual imperial expansion. The careful combination of governance, economic integration, military readiness, and religious legitimacy during this period laid the groundwork for the subsequent rise of Assyria as a dominant power in the ancient Near East. Over the next century, these early mechanisms of consolidation, centralized administration, coordinated military forces, strategic urban planning, and integrated religious authority would converge to support the expansion of Assyrian influence beyond the northern Tigris basin. The lessons learned during this phase in managing populations, resources, and trade would inform subsequent campaigns, territorial annexations, and the establishment of enduring institutions that would define Assyria's trajectory for centuries to come. Early Assyrian governance, religion, and societal organization during the late 2nd and early 1st millennium BCE reveal a complex and integrated system that facilitated both internal cohesion and external expansion. Central to this system was the city of Ashur, which served as the administrative, religious, and economic hub of the growing Assyrian polity. Archaeological excavations indicate that Ashur contained not only temples dedicated to the god Ashur, but also administrative complexes where records of trade, taxation, and resource allocation were meticulously maintained on cuneiform tablets. These records document the collection of grain, livestock, and craft goods from surrounding villages, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of resource management. By linking the authority of the ruler with religious legitimacy, early Assyrian governance ensured compliance and social cohesion across increasingly complex urban and rural networks. The political structure of early Assyria relied on a combination of centralized authority and localized administration. Kings exercised supreme power, but much of the day-to-day governance was delegated to provincial officials, temple administrators, and local governors. These officials oversaw agricultural production, collected taxes, and coordinated labor for construction projects, military campaigns, and infrastructure maintenance. Inscriptions and administrative tablets from Ashur and Nineveh indicate that early Assyrian rulers implemented standardized procedures for record-keeping, dispute resolution, and economic regulation, creating a bureaucratic framework capable of sustaining both growth and territorial control. This structure allowed the early Assyrian state to balance centralized authority with local autonomy, facilitating integration of diverse communities under a single political system. Religious institutions were deeply interwoven with governance and social organization. The god Ashur became the central figure of worship, embodying both spiritual and political authority. Temples served multiple functions: centers of worship, administrative offices, and storage facilities for surplus resources. Priests acted as intermediaries between the population and the ruler, legitimizing policies and reinforcing social hierarchies through ritual. Archaeological evidence, including altars, votive offerings, and temple inscriptions, demonstrates that religious festivals and ceremonial practices were systematically employed to promote civic unity and reinforce obedience to both spiritual and secular authority. This integration of religion and governance ensured that societal norms, economic obligations, and political hierarchies were maintained across expanding urban and rural communities. Social stratification in early Assyria was both functional and institutionalized. The elite class, comprising administrators, priests, and skilled artisans, controlled access to resources, maintained records, and oversaw production activities. Scribes were essential for bureaucratic continuity, documenting transactions, legal agreements, and administrative decisions. The emerging urban population included craftsmen, laborers, and merchants, all of whom contributed to the economic and social stability of the city-state. Archaeological surveys reveal residential patterns reflecting status differentiation, with elite compounds and administrative quarters distinguished from common housing. This stratification allowed for efficient allocation of labor, specialization of skills, and the development of professional roles that supported the governance and economic infrastructure necessary for regional influence. Military organization was closely linked to governance and societal hierarchy. The king and provincial leaders mobilized militias drawn from local populations, while standing forces were stationed in key urban centers to maintain security and enforce administrative authority. Archaeological remains, including fortifications, weapon caches, and depictions of armed personnel, indicate that early Assyrian military structures were increasingly formalized, integrating local militias with centralized command. Military campaigns were coordinated with economic and administrative planning, ensuring that resources, manpower, and logistics were systematically managed. This integration of military, administrative, and religious authority provided the Assyrian state with a capacity for both defense and strategic expansion. The administration of justice and legal regulation also contributed to social cohesion and governance. Legal codes, often inscribed on clay tablets, provided standardized procedures for resolving disputes, enforcing contracts, and regulating property rights. These measures reinforced the authority of the central government while providing mechanisms for accountability at the local level. Temples frequently acted as courts or oversight bodies, mediating disputes and ensuring that civic obligations, such as taxation and labor duties, were met. By embedding legal authority within religious and administrative institutions, early Assyria created a governance framework capable of sustaining order and compliance across diverse communities. Economic organization in early Assyria combined centralized oversight with localized production. Temples and palace complexes controlled agricultural surplus, artisan production, and trade. Standardized measures and accounting practices facilitated the collection of resources, enabling rulers to redistribute goods for public projects, religious festivals, and military campaigns. Trade networks extended along the Tigris River corridor, connecting Assyria with Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. Archaeological evidence, including imported metals, pottery, and luxury items, demonstrates that economic integration both supported urban populations and enhanced the state's capacity for regional influence. The coordination of economic, military, and religious systems created a resilient administrative structure that could adapt to internal and external pressures. Urban planning and infrastructure reinforced governance and social organization. Fortified city walls, strategically placed gates, and planned streets facilitated both defense and administrative efficiency. Public buildings, storage facilities, and religious complexes were arranged to support coordinated management of resources and labor. This spatial organization allowed officials to oversee economic production, enforce regulations, and mobilize labor for construction or military purposes. By structuring urban centers to integrate multiple societal functions, political, economic, religious, and military, early Assyria created a cohesive framework capable of sustaining regional influence and preparing for future expansion. Education and literacy were closely linked to governance and religious authority. Scribes trained in cuneiform writing managed administrative records, legal documentation, and correspondence. These skills were essential for continuity in governance, ensuring accurate record-keeping and facilitating communication across settlements. The emphasis on literacy within religious and administrative institutions allowed for the development of a professional class capable of implementing policies, maintaining archives, and supporting the administrative apparatus of the city-state. The systematic training of scribes provided the Assyrian state with a human resource critical for long-term stability, economic management, and bureaucratic efficiency. By integrating political authority, religious institutions, economic organization, and social hierarchy, early Assyria established a governance model capable of sustaining urban growth, coordinating regional influence, and projecting authority beyond the immediate Tigris basin. Administrative, military, and religious structures worked in tandem, providing mechanisms for resource management, law enforcement, and social cohesion. Archaeological evidence demonstrates that this integration allowed early Assyria to adapt to changing environmental, economic, and political conditions, ensuring the continuity of governance and the capacity for expansion. This period illustrates the deliberate construction of a systemic framework that balanced centralized authority with localized administration, setting the stage for later imperial consolidation. The consolidation of governance, religion, and society in early Assyria also reinforced cultural identity and civic cohesion. Temples and religious rituals provided a shared framework of belief and practice, legitimizing political authority and unifying diverse populations. Administrative oversight, legal standardization, and social stratification ensured that obligations, rights, and responsibilities were clearly defined and enforceable. Military organization protected both the urban core and surrounding territories, integrating security with economic and religious structures. This comprehensive approach created a resilient society capable of sustaining internal stability while projecting influence regionally. By the end of this phase, early Assyria had achieved a level of governance sophistication that enabled sustained urban growth, territorial influence, and social stability. The integration of administrative, religious, economic, and military functions provided a blueprint for more complex state structures in the first millennium BCE. The patterns established during this period, centralized authority, standardized administration, coordinated religious oversight, economic integration, and social stratification, served as foundational elements for Assyria's later expansion into a powerful empire capable of dominating Mesopotamia and beyond. The deliberate synthesis of these systems ensured continuity, adaptability, and resilience, establishing a stable base for subsequent stages of political, territorial, and cultural development. Over the next centuries, the governance strategies, religious institutions, and societal organization established during this period would facilitate Assyria's transition from a collection of urban centers to a territorially expansive state. Centralized administration, professional bureaucracy, integrated religious authority, and coordinated military structures provided the mechanisms necessary to manage increasingly large populations and diverse territories. These foundational systems ensured that early Assyria could pursue sustained growth, territorial expansion, and eventual imperial consolidation, demonstrating the critical interplay between governance, religion, and society in the evolution of one of the ancient world's most enduring civilizations. Early Assyrian culture, art, and identity during the formative period of the first millennium BCE reflect a deliberate synthesis of religious, political, and economic influences. Archaeological excavations in sites such as Ashur, Nimrud, and Nineveh reveal that material culture served not only functional purposes but also reinforced social hierarchy, political authority, and religious devotion. Monumental architecture, including temples, palaces, and city walls, was constructed using mud brick and stone, often decorated with intricate reliefs depicting both mythological themes and the achievements of rulers. These artistic expressions functioned as public displays of power and legitimacy, communicating the authority of the king, the divine sanction of his rule, and the collective identity of the city-state. The integration of art into urban and religious spaces illustrates the early Assyrian understanding of culture as a mechanism for cohesion and governance. Sculptural reliefs and carved inscriptions are particularly informative regarding early Assyrian values and social structure. Bas-reliefs often depict scenes of warfare, hunting, and religious ceremonies, emphasizing both the martial prowess and spiritual devotion of the ruling class. These depictions were not purely decorative but served to communicate political messages, asserting dominance over neighboring territories and reinforcing loyalty among local populations. Archaeological evidence indicates that palaces and temples were adorned with narrative reliefs and cuneiform inscriptions, providing both visual and textual documentation of historical events, administrative achievements, and divine favor. By embedding culture within public and sacred spaces, early Assyria created a shared narrative that legitimized authority and fostered civic identity. Religious practice was central to cultural identity. The worship of Ashur, the city's patron deity, structured both public and private life, integrating ritual, morality, and political legitimacy. Temples served as centers for ceremony, education, and economic administration, collecting offerings and redistributing resources to maintain social stability. Archaeological findings, including altars, votive objects, and ceremonial artifacts, indicate the centrality of religious observance in legitimizing rulership and reinforcing hierarchical structures. Festivals and ritualized processions were organized to engage urban populations, unifying citizens under a shared framework of belief while reinforcing the authority of temple officials and the king. These practices established cultural continuity, linking successive generations to a coherent social and religious identity. Literature and record-keeping also contributed to cultural cohesion. Early Assyrian scribes maintained cuneiform archives documenting religious texts, administrative records, and historical narratives. This textual culture provided continuity across generations, allowing for the preservation of legal codes, trade agreements, and ceremonial protocols. The integration of writing into both administrative and religious contexts facilitated governance, reinforced social hierarchies, and supported the development of a collective cultural memory. By institutionalizing literacy and record-keeping, early Assyria cultivated an intellectual framework that reinforced its identity and supported the expansion of both governance and religious authority. Urbanization influenced cultural expression by concentrating populations and creating shared public spaces. Streets, marketplaces, temples, and administrative buildings were organized to facilitate social interaction, economic exchange, and ritual observance. Public architecture incorporated decorative elements and inscriptions that communicated values, achievements, and authority. The spatial organization of cities, combined with material culture, created an environment in which social norms, religious practices, and political hierarchies were visually and experientially reinforced. This integration of urban design and cultural expression fostered a sense of belonging, civic pride, and political cohesion within early Assyrian communities. Trade and economic interaction also shaped cultural identity. The movement of goods, technologies, and artistic styles from neighboring regions contributed to a synthesis of cultural elements, combining local traditions with external influences. Imported metals, textiles, pottery, and luxury items demonstrate the integration of international motifs, techniques, and symbolic forms into Assyrian artistic practice. This cross-cultural exchange enriched local craftsmanship, diversified material culture, and facilitated the development of a distinctive regional identity. By adapting foreign influences within a local framework, early Assyria cultivated a culture that was both dynamic and cohesive, capable of reinforcing social and political structures. Craft specialization emerged as a significant component of cultural identity. Workshops producing bronze tools, pottery, textiles, and carved objects were integral to urban economies and ceremonial life. The organization of labor, allocation of materials, and coordination of production reflected a structured approach to economic and cultural management. These specialized activities supported both everyday urban needs and the creation of ceremonial or prestige objects that reinforced elite authority. The prominence of artisans and their work within temples, palaces, and administrative centers underscores the interdependence of culture, economy, and governance in shaping Assyrian identity. Visual storytelling, through sculpture, relief, and iconography, reinforced historical consciousness. Scenes of battle, ritual, and royal achievement documented civic events and conveyed political messages, creating a tangible record of authority and social values. These artistic narratives were carefully designed to communicate status, reinforce obedience, and legitimize rulership. Reliefs depicting rulers in acts of governance, warfare, or ritualized hunting emphasized the interconnectedness of power, religion, and social responsibility. By embedding these messages within public and sacred spaces, early Assyria established a cultural framework in which identity, authority, and memory were interdependent. Education and transmission of knowledge were integral to cultural continuity. Scribes, temple officials, and artisans participated in structured training systems, ensuring the reproduction of administrative, religious, and artistic skills. This institutionalized education maintained the integrity of Assyrian culture, governance, and religious practice. Literacy and skill were concentrated within specialized classes, supporting the administration of urban centers and the preservation of cultural traditions. The deliberate cultivation of professional expertise provided stability, consistency, and resilience within early Assyrian society, reinforcing both governance and cultural cohesion. By the end of this period, early Assyria had developed a coherent cultural identity integrating religion, art, urbanism, and governance. Material culture, visual narrative, literary documentation, and ritual practice were interwoven to reinforce authority, foster civic cohesion, and establish a shared sense of history. This integration of cultural elements supported the expansion of Assyrian influence, providing ideological, social, and material mechanisms for sustaining authority over an increasingly complex and diverse population. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that early Assyria's cultural foundations were both pragmatic and symbolic, designed to support the administration, social hierarchy, and political ambitions of emerging city-states. These developments laid the groundwork for the more extensive cultural achievements of the Neo-Assyrian period. The integration of religion, administration, art, and education created a resilient identity that could adapt to territorial expansion, incorporate new populations, and maintain social cohesion across diverse regions. The emphasis on visual communication, ceremonial practice, and textual documentation ensured that cultural norms and political authority were consistently reinforced. Early Assyria's attention to the intersection of culture, governance, and societal organization provided a template for the development of a durable, centralized civilization capable of both regional influence and long-term historical significance. Over the following centuries, this foundation of cultural, artistic, and religious coherence would support Assyria's expansion into a regional power. The careful synthesis of administrative, religious, and cultural practices facilitated the integration of conquered territories, the projection of authority, and the maintenance of social stability. Early Assyria's deliberate cultivation of identity, expressed through art, urban planning, ritual, and literacy, ensured the continuity of civic values and ideological legitimacy, setting the stage for the emergence of a complex and territorially expansive empire in the centuries to come. Early Assyria's engagement in conflict, rivalries, and warfare during the late 3rd and early 2nd millennium BCE played a pivotal role in shaping the political and territorial trajectory of the region. Archaeological evidence from fortified settlements, defensive walls, weapon caches, and relief depictions indicates that early Assyrian rulers placed a strong emphasis on military preparedness to protect urban centers, secure trade routes, and assert dominance over neighboring communities. Warfare was not only a tool of defense, but also an instrument for territorial expansion, resource control, and political legitimacy. Early conflicts were often with neighboring city-states, semi-nomadic groups, and regional powers, requiring coordinated military organization, strategic planning, and integration with administrative and religious structures. The military apparatus of early Assyria evolved gradually, reflecting both environmental conditions and political necessities. Initial militias, raised from local populations, were supplemented by professional soldiers tasked with defending key urban centers and strategic locations along trade corridors. Fortified cities such as Ashur and Nineveh incorporated defensive architecture designed to resist both small-scale raids and larger incursions. Archaeological evidence includes mud brick walls, watchtowers, and gates reinforced for protection against siege techniques. These early fortifications reveal an understanding of defensive strategy, terrain utilization, and urban planning as integral to military readiness. The organization of troops, combined with central oversight by the king and provincial officials, established a model for coordinated military action that would become a hallmark of later Assyrian expansion. Conflicts during this period were closely intertwined with economic and political objectives. Control over fertile land, river routes, and trade networks was essential for sustaining urban populations and consolidating political authority. Early Assyrian rulers engaged in both offensive and defensive campaigns to secure resources and maintain influence over surrounding settlements. Textual evidence from administrative tablets and later inscriptions indicates that military expeditions were often accompanied by logistical planning, including the allocation of food, weapons, and labor. The integration of military strategy with economic and administrative oversight exemplifies the sophisticated approach early Assyria applied to conflict management and territorial consolidation. Religious and ideological dimensions also influenced warfare. Kings claimed divine sanction from the god Ashur, presenting military campaigns as expressions of spiritual duty and divine favor. Temples and priestly officials provided legitimacy to armed action, framing conquest and defense as fulfillment of religious obligations. This intertwining of religion and warfare reinforced social cohesion and justified the mobilization of labor and resources for military purposes. Inscriptions and reliefs depict rulers leading troops under divine guidance, emphasizing the moral and spiritual authority underpinning political and military decisions. Such practices strengthen the connection between military success, political power, and religious devotion, establishing an enduring ideological framework for later imperial campaigns. Early Assyrian warfare emphasized both siegecraft and open field operations. Archaeological findings, including battering implements, defensive ditches, and arrowheads, suggest that rulers developed strategies for assaulting fortified positions and controlling strategic terrain. The use of chariots, infantry formations, and coordinated units demonstrates a level of tactical sophistication in responding to diverse threats. Military organization was supported by administrative systems that managed logistics, recruitment, and resource allocation, ensuring that campaigns could be sustained over extended periods. These early military practices laid the foundation for the professionalized armies that would define Assyria's later imperial phase. Conflicts with neighboring powers, including Hurrian city-states and semi-nomadic tribes, shaped the evolution of Assyrian strategy and statecraft. These interactions necessitated both defensive measures and diplomatic engagement. Treaties, alliances, and tribute arrangements complemented military action, allowing early Assyria to expand influence without overextending resources. Archaeological evidence suggests that fortified settlements often served dual purposes as administrative centers and military outposts, integrating governance, defense, and regional control. This strategic approach enabled the consolidation of territory, the regulation of trade, and the protection of agricultural and craft production essential to urban sustenance. Social and economic implications of warfare were significant. Mobilization for conflict required coordination across urban and rural populations, including the provisioning of food, materials, and labor. Scribes and administrators documented conscription, supplies, and logistics, providing continuity and accountability in military operations. Warfare also facilitated the redistribution of resources through tribute, plunder, or the incorporation of conquered populations. These practices reinforced social hierarchies, emphasized elite control over labor and production, and integrated military success into the broader political and economic system. Early Assyrian society, therefore, was organized to support both defensive and expansionary military objectives. Military campaigns had lasting cultural and symbolic effects. Reliefs and inscriptions celebrated victories, depicted the valor of rulers and troops, and communicated political messages to both internal and external audiences. These depictions reinforced the king's authority, legitimized territorial claims, and established a historical narrative linking military success to divine favor. The integration of warfare into cultural memory strengthened civic identity and institutionalized the expectation of loyalty and obedience among subjects. Early Assyria's attention to both practical and symbolic dimensions of warfare exemplifies the interconnectedness of military, political, and religious systems in state development. By the end of this period, early Assyrian city-states had established the organizational, logistical, and ideological foundations necessary for sustained military engagement and territorial consolidation. The combination of fortifications, professional militias, administrative oversight, and religious sanction enabled rulers to protect urban centers, secure trade routes, and expand influence regionally. These practices prepared the Assyrian polity for future territorial expansion and imperial ambitions, demonstrating an early understanding of the strategic, economic, and social dimensions of warfare. Military organization, conflict management, and the integration of ideology into warfare became defining features of Assyrian statecraft, providing continuity and stability in both peace and war. The processes of conflict and consolidation illustrate the critical role of warfare in shaping early Assyrian political and social development. By coordinating military, administrative, and religious resources, early Assyria created a system capable of both defending urban centers and projecting influence beyond the immediate territory. Fortified cities, organized militias, and strategic planning allowed rulers to respond effectively to external threats while maintaining internal cohesion. Warfare also facilitated economic regulation, social stratification, and ideological reinforcement, demonstrating the integrated nature of early Assyrian statecraft. Early Assyrian experiences with conflict laid the groundwork for the later development of professionalized armies, expansive military campaigns, and territorial empire building. Lessons learned in logistics, strategy, fortification, and governance informed subsequent rulers, enabling them to undertake larger-scale operations with efficiency and precision. The integration of military, political, and religious authority established during this period provided a durable framework for both defense and expansion. Early Assyria's approach to warfare reflects a careful balance of coercion, diplomacy, and organization, creating a model of state resilience and adaptability that would support centuries of growth and influence. By combining defensive fortifications, administrative coordination, ideological legitimacy, and economic support, early Assyria created a military system that was both functional and sustainable. This approach enabled rulers to secure vital resources, protect urban populations, and extend political influence over neighboring regions. The deliberate integration of military, social, and religious mechanisms allowed early Assyria to navigate complex regional dynamics while consolidating authority internally. These foundations would later support the transformation of Assyria from a collection of city-states into a centralized, territorially extensive empire capable of projecting power across Mesopotamia and beyond. The strategic, social, and ideological dimensions of early Assyrian warfare demonstrate the interdependence of conflict and state-building. Military capability was not an isolated function but intertwined with governance, economic management, religious authority, and cultural identity. Fortifications, professional militias, and coordinated campaigns reinforced urban stability, secured economic resources, and legitimized political power. Warfare, therefore, was both a practical necessity and a tool for shaping the Assyrian state, contributing to the emergence of a centralized, cohesive, and resilient polity. Over the following centuries, these early practices of conflict management and military organization would inform Assyria's expansionary strategies, providing a foundation for the empire's eventual dominance across the ancient Near East. The Old Assyrian Empire, emerging around the early 2nd millennium BCE, represents the first period in which Assyria transitioned from a regional city-state into a territorially influential power with extensive trade networks, administrative sophistication, and diplomatic engagement. Centered on the city of Ashur, the polity leveraged its strategic position along the Tigris River and northern trade routes to establish both economic and political influence over Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia. Archaeological evidence from Ashur, Kanesh, modern Kultip, and other outposts reveals an integrated system of trade colonies, administrative offices, and fortified settlements designed to support long-distance commerce and consolidate territorial authority. These developments mark a significant evolution in Assyrian statecraft, demonstrating an early capacity for regional expansion, resource management, and cultural integration. The expansion of Old Assyria was driven in large part by the establishment of trade colonies, particularly in Anatolia. Merchants from Ashur founded networks of outposts, most notably in Kanesh, which became a major center for commerce and exchange of goods such as tin, textiles, and silver. Cuneiform tablets excavated at Kanesh document extensive contracts, trade agreements, and correspondence, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of mercantile law, risk management, and organizational structure. These colonies functioned not only as economic hubs, but also as nodes of political influence, allowing Assyria to exert authority over distant regions while simultaneously maintaining strong ties to the urban core. By establishing long-distance trade networks, early Assyria created both economic surplus and diplomatic leverage, laying the groundwork for territorial expansion and imperial ambition. Administrative practices during this period were critical for managing complex economic and political networks. The Old Assyrian bureaucracy relied on professional scribes who documented contracts, tax obligations, labor contributions, and correspondence between colonies and the home city. Archives, particularly those uncovered at Kanesh, reveal that Assyrian merchants maintained detailed accounts of shipments, loans, and trade partnerships, demonstrating a high level of organizational sophistication. Administrative oversight extended to local governors and temple officials who coordinated economic production, legal enforcement, and resource distribution. This integration of commercial, administrative, and legal functions facilitated both urban growth and regional influence, allowing Old Assyria to maintain stability while expanding its reach. Military organization during the Old Assyrian period remained primarily focused on defense of urban centers and protection of trade networks. Fortifications in Ashur and Kanesh, along with strategically positioned outposts, ensured security along critical routes. Evidence from reliefs, weaponry, and fortification remnants indicates a combination of professional soldiers and conscripted militias capable of defending settlements and escorting caravans. Although territorial conquest was limited compared to later periods, the integration of military, economic, and administrative strategies enabled Old Assyria to secure resources and maintain regional dominance. Early lessons in logistics, coordination, and strategic fortification informed the development of more professionalized armies in subsequent periods. The Old Assyrian period also demonstrates the centrality of religion and ideology in supporting expansion and governance. The god Ashur continued to serve as the spiritual and political foundation of authority, with temples functioning as centers of administration, resource management, and social regulation. Religious institutions reinforced loyalty, legitimized political decisions, and provided a moral framework for economic and diplomatic activity. In trade colonies such as Kanesh, Assyrian merchants participated in ritual practices and maintained cultic ties to Ashur, fostering cultural cohesion and reinforcing the authority of the home city across distant territories. The integration of religious observance with economic and political networks strengthened social bonds and provided ideological justification for expansion. Cultural and artistic expression during the Old Assyrian period reflects both local traditions and cross-regional influences. Imported goods, iconography, and stylistic elements from Anatolia, the Levant, and southern Mesopotamia were adapted into Assyrian artistic practice, producing a hybrid cultural identity. Pottery, textiles, and carved objects from trade colonies demonstrate the fusion of aesthetic styles with functional design, while inscriptions and reliefs communicate social norms, legal agreements, and historical events. This material culture reinforced both civic identity and elite authority, linking commercial, political, and religious domains. The cultivation of a distinct yet adaptable cultural identity enabled Assyria to integrate diverse populations and maintain cohesion across its expanding network. Trade networks in the Old Assyrian period facilitated not only economic prosperity, but also technological and intellectual exchange. Metallurgy, textile production, and administrative practices were disseminated along commercial routes, enabling the diffusion of innovations and best practices. The transfer of knowledge, particularly regarding accounting, legal procedures, and urban management, strengthened Assyria's capacity to govern over distance and complexity. Archaeological findings indicate that trade colonies adopted local techniques while maintaining Assyrian administrative standards, producing a system that balanced local adaptation with centralized oversight. This combination of economic pragmatism and cultural integration exemplifies the strategic sophistication of the Old Assyrian state. Social stratification was reinforced through commercial and administrative structures. Merchants, scribes, priests, and local officials occupied distinct roles within the economic and political hierarchy. Wealth accumulated through trade enabled elite classes to exert influence over urban planning, religious institutions, and administrative operations. Professional scribes ensured accurate record-keeping, while temple officials coordinated resource distribution and ritual obligations. Labor specialization supported both urban needs and commercial enterprise, creating interdependent networks that reinforced social cohesion and political authority. This stratification facilitated effective governance across expanding territories and integrated commercial, religious, and administrative activities into a coherent system. Diplomatic engagement during this period complemented economic and military strategies. Treaties, alliances, and negotiations were used to secure trade routes, resolve disputes, and manage relationships with neighboring polities and semi-nomadic groups. Correspondence found in trade archives demonstrates that Assyrian merchants and officials relied on both contractual agreements and personal diplomacy to maintain influence abroad. This approach allowed Old Assyria to project authority over distant regions without reliance solely on military force, balancing coercion with negotiation and reinforcing the legitimacy of Ashur's rulers. The integration of diplomacy with trade, administration, and religious sanction exemplifies the multidimensional strategy of statecraft employed during this period. Urban development and infrastructure facilitated the Old Assyrian economy and governance. Fortified urban centers, storage facilities, roads, and marketplaces were designed to support both local populations and distant trade operations. Temples and administrative buildings provided centralized points for governance, economic management, and religious activity. The spatial organization of cities reinforced hierarchical structures and enabled efficient coordination of commerce, labor, and military resources. Urban planning, combined with the integration of religious, economic, and administrative functions, created a resilient framework capable of sustaining both population growth and regional influence. By the end of the Old Assyrian period, the polity had established the foundations of economic, administrative, and territorial influence that would inform later imperial expansion. Trade colonies, fortified urban centers, professional bureaucracy, and integrated religious authority enabled Ashur to maintain stability while extending influence over northern Mesopotamia and Anatolia. Lessons in logistics, diplomacy, military coordination, and economic integration prepared Assyria for more ambitious expansion in the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that this phase represented a deliberate and systematic approach to consolidating power, integrating diverse populations, and creating a resilient network capable of enduring environmental, political, and economic challenges. The Old Assyrian period illustrates the interplay between commerce, governance, religion, and military organization. Trade networks provided economic surplus and facilitated cultural exchange, while administrative systems ensured accurate management and resource allocation. Religious institutions reinforced authority and social cohesion, while military preparedness protected economic and territorial interests. By coordinating these multiple dimensions, early Assyria developed a model of governance and expansion that combined practical administration with ideological legitimacy, laying the groundwork for later imperial achievements. The integration of these elements ensured continuity, adaptability, and resilience, preparing the state for the challenges of regional dominance and long-term historical influence. The economic and administrative sophistication of the Old Assyrian Empire also highlights the early emergence of proto-imperial characteristics. Control over trade colonies, standardized record-keeping, and diplomatic engagement created a framework for managing resources, populations, and relationships across significant distances. Fortified cities, religious authority, and social stratification reinforced political stability and facilitated long-term planning. This integration of multiple systems, economic, political, religious, and military, enabled Assyria to sustain influence over peripheral regions and create a coherent cultural and administrative identity. The lessons and structures developed during this period directly informed the strategies employed by later Assyrian rulers in the consolidation and expansion of a true empire. The political and administrative structures of the Old Assyrian Empire illustrate a remarkable level of sophistication for the early 2nd millennium BCE, reflecting a deliberate integration of governance, bureaucracy, and territorial management. Central authority resided in the city of Ashur, where the king exercised supreme political, religious, and military power. Archaeological excavations of palaces, administrative complexes, and temples reveal the physical infrastructure supporting governance, while cuneiform tablets from Ashur and trade colonies such as Kanesh document the mechanisms of administration, legal oversight, and economic coordination. This combination of urban planning, bureaucratic management, and religious authority enabled the Old Assyrian state to sustain regional influence, regulate economic activity, and coordinate military and diplomatic endeavors effectively across a growing network of settlements. At the core of Old Assyrian governance was the king, whose authority was legitimized through both political and religious means. The ruler was considered the representative of the god Ashur on earth, and this divine sanction reinforced the king's control over both urban centers and peripheral territories. Inscriptions, temple records, and administrative tablets indicate that the king presided over legal matters, economic redistribution, and military organization, combining secular and sacred responsibilities. This fusion of political and religious authority created a centralizing effect, allowing the monarchy to regulate complex interactions among officials, merchants, and local leaders. The king's oversight of both administrative and ceremonial functions was instrumental in maintaining cohesion and projecting authority across the expanding network of Assyrian settlements. Bureaucracy formed the backbone of administrative efficiency in the Old Assyrian Empire. Professional scribes, trained in cuneiform writing, were responsible for maintaining records of trade, taxation, legal agreements, and correspondence with colonies and local officials. Archives recovered from Kanesh contain thousands of clay tablets documenting commercial contracts, property rights, loan agreements, and shipping transactions. These records demonstrate a systematic approach to governance, where accountability, standardization, and documentation ensured continuity and transparency in administration. By institutionalizing record-keeping, Old Assyria could regulate commerce, enforce legal obligations, and coordinate the allocation of resources, establishing a reliable framework for managing both urban populations and distant colonies. Provincial administration was carried out through a network of local officials, temple administrators, and trade agents. These functionaries were responsible for implementing royal directives, collecting taxes, supervising labor, and overseeing economic production. Temples, in particular, served as both religious and administrative centers, managing agricultural surplus, craft production, and ritual obligations. Administrative correspondence between Ashur and Kanesh reveals that local governors maintained semi-autonomous authority while remaining accountable to central oversight, creating a balance between centralized control and regional flexibility. This structure enabled the Old Assyrian state to manage a geographically dispersed network of settlements effectively while maintaining political stability and economic coordination. Legal and judicial systems were integral to governance, ensuring social order and regulating economic and civic activity. The Old Assyrian archives indicate that contracts, property rights, and commercial obligations were formalized through written agreements, often witnessed and preserved by scribes. Disputes were adjudicated according to standardized procedures, sometimes involving temple officials or royal representatives. Legal documentation not only provided mechanisms for dispute resolution, but also reinforced the authority of the king and the central administration. By embedding legal oversight within both religious and secular institutions, Old Assyria created a framework capable of enforcing compliance, managing social hierarchies, and facilitating commerce across a broad territorial network. Economic management was closely tied to administrative structures. Centralized oversight of trade, taxation, and resource distribution ensured that urban centers and colonies could sustain growth and maintain political cohesion. Temples and palaces coordinated the collection and redistribution of surplus goods, while trade archives indicate that both long-distance commerce and local production were systematically monitored. Resource management extended to labor organization, including the mobilization of workforces for construction projects, irrigation maintenance, and caravan protection. This integration of economic and administrative systems allowed Old Assyria to regulate complex interactions between merchants, officials, and local communities, reinforcing the authority of central governance. Military coordination was embedded within administrative structures to ensure the protection of trade networks, urban centers, and territorial holdings. Fortifications in Ashur, Kanesh, and peripheral settlements were complemented by professional soldiers and locally conscripted militias. Administrative oversight included the organization of supplies, recruitment, and logistics for military campaigns or defensive operations. This integration of governance and military organization ensured that resources and personnel were mobilized efficiently in response to both external threats and internal disturbances. The combination of administrative control and military preparedness contributed to the resilience and stability of the Old Assyrian state. Diplomatic administration also played a critical role in maintaining regional influence. Treaties, alliances, and negotiations with neighboring polities and trading partners were documented and monitored by scribes and officials. Correspondence preserved in cuneiform tablets demonstrates that diplomatic relations were closely coordinated with economic, military, and religious strategies. By integrating diplomacy into administrative oversight, Old Assyria could maintain long-distance influence, protect trade routes, and negotiate disputes without relying solely on military intervention. This multidimensional approach to governance exemplifies the state's capacity for strategic planning and resourceful management. Urban infrastructure and architectural organization reinforced administrative efficiency. The layout of Ashur and associated colonies facilitated centralized oversight, with temples, palaces, and administrative offices positioned to optimize control over civic, economic, and religious functions. Storage facilities, workshops, and marketplaces were designed to support resource management and economic activity, while fortifications provided security for both officials and the population. This spatial integration of administrative, religious, and economic functions reflects a deliberate approach to governance, ensuring that authority was both visible and operationally effective across urban and regional contexts. Social stratification supported administrative and political stability. Elites, including officials, scribes, priests, and merchants, occupied specialized roles essential to the functioning of the state. Professionalization of labor, particularly in bureaucracy and record-keeping, enabled continuity and accountability. Artisans and craftsmen contributed to urban economies and ceremonial life, reinforcing elite authority and supporting administrative operations. Labor organization was coordinated with administrative oversight to ensure that both economic production and governance objectives were met. This structured social hierarchy allowed the old Assyrian state to mobilize human resources efficiently, maintain order, and project authority across its territories. By the end of the old Assyrian period, the integration of political authority, bureaucratic administration, legal oversight, economic management, and military coordination had produced a resilient governance system capable of sustaining regional influence and long-distance trade networks. Fortified urban centers, professional scribes, temple administrators, and local officials functioned together to enforce policies, maintain economic stability, and project authority across a geographically dispersed territory. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that these administrative innovations not only facilitated territorial consolidation, but also established the procedural and institutional foundations for later imperial expansion. The old Assyrian administrative model illustrates the deliberate coordination of multiple dimensions of governance. By linking centralized authority with regional oversight, integrating religion and politics, formalizing legal procedures, and embedding economic and military management within administrative frameworks, Assyria developed a system capable of managing complexity, ensuring compliance, and sustaining long-term influence. This structural sophistication allowed the state to adapt to challenges, incorporate new territories, and maintain social cohesion, providing a blueprint for the centralized, bureaucratic empire that would emerge in the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. Through the careful orchestration of political, religious, economic, and military administration, the old Assyrian Empire created mechanisms for stability, control, and expansion. Centralized authority in Ashur, professional bureaucracy, provincial oversight, legal standardization, and strategic coordination enabled the state to manage populations, resources, and external relations effectively. The innovations and institutional practices developed during this period directly informed later stages of Assyrian governance, setting the stage for the more extensive territorial, economic, and military achievements of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian empires. The deliberate integration of multiple governance dimensions established a resilient framework that ensured both continuity and adaptability, marking a significant evolution in early Mesopotamian statecraft. The economy, trade, and urban development of the old Assyrian Empire during the early 2nd millennium BC reveal a sophisticated system that linked commercial activity, urban planning, and administrative oversight into a cohesive framework supporting both growth and regional influence. Centered on the city of Ashur, the economy was deeply intertwined with long-distance trade networks, particularly in Anatolia, as well as with local agriculture, craft production, and resource management. Archaeological excavations at Ashur, Kanesh, and associated trade colonies reveal the material infrastructure, storage facilities, workshops, marketplaces, and transport routes, through which goods, labor, and information circulated. These economic structures not only supported urban populations, but also reinforced political authority, social hierarchy, and cultural cohesion across a geographically dispersed network of settlements. Trade was the cornerstone of the old Assyrian economy, enabling both wealth accumulation and political influence. Assyrian merchants established colonies, known as harems, in Anatolia, with Kanesh serving as the most prominent example. Excavated cuneiform tablets from Kanesh document thousands of transactions, including the exchange of tin, textiles, silver, and luxury goods, as well as detailed contracts specifying repayment terms, interest rates, and labor obligations. These records indicate a sophisticated understanding of commerce, risk management, and contractual law. Trade not only provided economic surplus, but also created channels for cultural exchange, technological dissemination, and diplomatic engagement, reinforcing the Assyrian state's regional influence and creating incentives for territorial stability and protection of trade routes. Agricultural production was closely coordinated with urban and trade systems. The fertile lands along the Tigris River were cultivated using organized labor, irrigation infrastructure, and storage facilities to ensure a steady supply of grain, livestock, and other essential resources. Temple complexes and palace administrations played central roles in overseeing production, redistributing surplus, and coordinating labor for both civic and religious purposes. Archaeological evidence indicates that granaries, workshops, and storage facilities were systematically planned to support both local consumption and the provisioning of trade expeditions. The integration of agriculture with administrative oversight allowed Old Assyria to maintain population stability, sustain economic growth, and support expansionary ambitions. Craft production formed another pillar of the Old Assyrian economy. Artisans specialized in metallurgy, textiles, pottery, and stone carving, providing goods for local use, trade, and ritual purposes. Workshops were often associated with temples or palace complexes, linking production to both economic and religious oversight. Standardization in production techniques, quality control, and resource allocation suggests a high degree of organizational coordination. Craft specialization not only facilitated economic efficiency, but also reinforced social hierarchies, as skilled artisans were often under the supervision of elite administrators or temple authorities. This system allowed the economy to generate both material wealth and social stability, integrating labor, skill, and governance into a cohesive framework. Urban development during this period reflected the interconnectedness of economic, administrative, and social functions. Cities such as Ashur were organized to accommodate governance, commerce, religious practice, and defense. Streets, marketplaces, administrative complexes, and temples were strategically arranged to optimize efficiency, security, and accessibility. Fortifications protected both economic assets and populations, while public infrastructure supported trade, storage, and labor coordination. Archaeological surveys indicate that urban centers were planned to integrate multiple social functions, reinforcing civic cohesion and facilitating centralized oversight. This deliberate spatial organization enhanced the city's ability to manage complex economic and administrative activities while projecting authority regionally. Currency and exchange mechanisms played an important role in facilitating trade. Silver, textiles, and other standardized commodities served as measures of value, medium of exchange, and store of wealth. Trade contracts frequently specified repayment in silver or goods, with interest rates and delivery schedules formally documented by scribes. This early system of commercial regulation ensured predictability and accountability, promoting trust between merchants, administrators, and local authorities. The combination of standardized measures, contractual law, and archival documentation exemplifies the integration of economic practice with administrative oversight, contributing to the resilience and efficiency of the old Assyrian trade network. Long-distance trade influenced social stratification and elite formation. Merchants accumulated wealth through commerce, creating social mobility and reinforcing elite status. Administrative officials, scribes, and temple authorities supervised economic activity, linking resource management with governance. Artisans and laborers supported production and urban infrastructure, ensuring the smooth functioning of both local and long-distance economic systems. This structured division of labor allowed for efficient resource allocation and reinforced social hierarchies, providing stability for both economic growth and political authority. By organizing economic activity in tandem with governance, Old Assyria created a resilient and adaptable societal framework. Economic integration extended to diplomatic and strategic considerations. Trade agreements often involved negotiations with local rulers, regional powers, or semi-nomadic groups, linking commerce with political influence. Diplomatic correspondence and treaty arrangements documented in cuneiform tablets demonstrate that trade was both an economic and political instrument. Merchants acted as agents of the state, transmitting information, negotiating obligations, and securing resources across the network of colonies. This integration of commerce and diplomacy facilitated stability, extended influence, and ensured that economic activity served broader strategic objectives, reinforcing the state's resilience and cohesion. Technological and intellectual advancements were closely tied to economic activity. Knowledge of metallurgy, textile production, and construction techniques was disseminated along trade routes, enabling colonies and urban centers to adopt innovations while maintaining local administrative standards. Cuneiform record-keeping allowed for precise documentation of inventories, contracts, and production outputs, supporting economic efficiency and accountability. These practices enhanced the ability of Old Assyria to coordinate complex transactions, regulate labor, and maintain supply chains, illustrating the interplay between technological expertise, economic management, and administrative oversight. By the end of the Old Assyrian period, the integration of trade, agriculture, craft production, and urban development had produced a highly organized and resilient economic system. Trade colonies, professional bureaucracy, fortified urban centers, and coordinated resource management allowed Ashur to maintain both internal stability and regional influence. The combination of economic, administrative, and infrastructural strategies provided the foundation for territorial expansion, commercial prosperity, and political authority. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that the Old Assyrian economy was not simply a collection of local activities, but a deliberately coordinated network supporting broader state objectives, including diplomacy, military preparedness, and cultural cohesion. The economic and urban strategies of Old Assyria also highlight the interdependence of social, political, and commercial systems. Professional merchants, scribes, administrators, and artisans formed a structured labor hierarchy that supported trade, governance, and urban life. Religious institutions supervised resource allocation and ritual obligations, reinforcing elite authority and civic cohesion. Fortified cities, marketplaces, and trade routes provided infrastructure for both economic and defensive purposes. By integrating multiple societal functions into a coordinated economic framework, Old Assyria achieved a level of complexity and adaptability that prepared the state for the more extensive commercial, administrative, and imperial achievements of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. Overall, the Old Assyrian economy, trade networks, and urban development exemplify the deliberate coordination of commerce, governance, and societal organization. By linking material production, long-distance trade, administrative oversight, and urban planning, the state created a resilient system capable of sustaining population growth, regional influence, and cultural cohesion. This integration of economic and administrative systems not only provided material wealth and stability, but also reinforced social hierarchies, diplomatic influence, and ideological legitimacy. The strategic coordination of economic activity, urban infrastructure, and administrative oversight laid the foundations for Assyria's transformation into a centralized and territorially expansive empire, demonstrating the critical interplay between commerce, governance, and societal resilience in the early 2nd millennium BCE. Governance, religion, and society in the Old Assyrian Empire were deeply intertwined, creating a framework in which political authority, religious institutions, and social hierarchies mutually reinforced one another. Centralized authority rested in the city of Ashur, where the king exercised both secular and sacred power as the representative of the god Ashur on earth. Archaeological evidence from palaces, temples, and administrative complexes, together with textual documentation from Ashur and trade colonies such as Kanesh, indicates that governance relied on a combination of bureaucratic oversight, religious legitimacy, and localized administration. This integrated system enabled the old Assyrian state to maintain social cohesion, regulate economic activity, and extend influence across a network of urban and peripheral settlements. The king, as the central figure of authority, embodied the fusion of political and religious power. Inscriptions and administrative texts describe the ruler's responsibilities in adjudicating legal disputes, directing military operations, supervising economic redistribution, and presiding over religious ceremonies. Divine sanction from Ashur legitimized royal decisions and reinforced obedience among officials, merchants, and urban populations. The king's dual role ensured that political authority was inseparable from religious devotion, creating a societal structure in which civic loyalty, economic compliance, and spiritual observance were closely aligned. This integration of sacred and secular authority provided a foundation for both internal stability and regional influence. Religious institutions were central to governance and social organization. Temples functioned not only as sites of worship, but also as administrative and economic centers. They collected offerings, redistributed surplus resources, coordinated labor for public works, and maintained archives of legal and commercial records. Priests and temple officials acted as intermediaries between the king and the populace, providing both ritual legitimacy and practical oversight of civic obligations. Archaeological evidence, including altars, votive objects, and administrative tablets, demonstrates that religious structures were embedded within urban planning, reinforcing the authority of central governance while promoting social cohesion. The old Assyrian social hierarchy reflected the interdependence of governance, religion, and economic activity. At the apex were the king, royal family, and senior officials who directed political, administrative, and religious functions. Below them were scribes, priests, merchants, and specialized artisans who executed economic, ceremonial, and bureaucratic tasks. Laborers and farmers formed the base of society, supplying essential goods and services under the coordination of elite administrators. This stratified system allowed for efficient allocation of labor, management of economic resources, and enforcement of social norms, ensuring that urban centers and trade colonies operated within a cohesive organizational framework. Legal and judicial practices reinforced governance and social stability. Contracts, property agreements, and commercial transactions were formally documented by scribes, with disputes adjudicated through temple courts or royal oversight. Standardized procedures ensured predictability, accountability, and fairness, providing mechanisms for conflict resolution that supported both commerce and civic life. These legal structures embedded authority within both secular and religious institutions, linking obedience to civic law with participation in ritual practice and economic obligations. The integration of legal oversight with administrative and religious authority strengthened the capacity of the state to manage complex social interactions and maintain order across dispersed settlements. Economic regulation was closely coordinated with governance and religious oversight. Temples and palace complexes supervised agricultural production, craft workshops, and trade operations, ensuring the allocation of resources in accordance with both civic needs and ritual requirements. Surplus goods were collected, stored, and redistributed to support public works, religious ceremonies, and the provisioning of trade caravans. The integration of economic management with administrative and religious systems created a resilient infrastructure capable of sustaining urban populations, supporting long-distance commerce, and projecting authority over colonies and peripheral regions. This coordination also reinforced the legitimacy of elite authority, linking material prosperity to political and religious control. Military organization was embedded within the broader governance framework. Fortifications, professional soldiers, and conscripted militias were coordinated through administrative structures, ensuring the protection of urban centers, trade routes, and strategic territories. Military campaigns were planned in conjunction with economic and logistical oversight, integrating resource allocation, labor mobilization, and strategic objectives. The king and local governors supervised both defensive and offensive operations, linking martial authority to political and religious legitimacy. This systemic integration allowed Old Assyria to maintain stability internally while projecting influence regionally. Education and literacy played critical roles in sustaining governance and social structures. Scribes trained in cuneiform writing were essential for record-keeping, legal documentation, and administrative coordination. Temples and administrative offices functioned as centers of instruction, transmitting knowledge of law, ritual practice, and economic management to successive generations. The professionalization of scribes ensured continuity in governance, maintained accountability, and facilitated communication across urban centers and trade colonies. Literacy, therefore, became a key instrument of social cohesion, political oversight, and cultural identity. Cultural and religious practices reinforced civic identity and elite authority. Rituals, festivals, and ceremonial events were coordinated with economic and administrative functions, creating occasions that combined social cohesion, resource distribution, and political messaging. Artistic and architectural expressions, reliefs, inscriptions, and decorative motifs communicated social values, historical narratives, and divine sanction for leadership. These visual and performative elements integrated religious devotion, civic identity, and elite authority, embedding governance and social hierarchy within tangible cultural frameworks. By the end of the Old Assyrian period, governance, religion, and society were highly integrated, forming a system capable of coordinating political authority, economic management, social hierarchy, and religious legitimacy across urban centers and colonies. Centralized oversight in Ashur, professional bureaucrats, temple administration, and stratified social structures enabled the state to maintain internal stability, facilitate long-distance commerce, and extend influence over peripheral territories. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that these institutional structures provided continuity, adaptability, and resilience, forming a foundation for the territorial expansion and imperial consolidation of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. The interdependence of governance, religion, and social organization in Old Assyria illustrates the deliberate coordination of multiple societal functions. Political authority was reinforced by religious legitimacy, social hierarchies enabled administrative and economic efficiency, and civic identity was expressed through cultural, ceremonial, and architectural forms. This integrated system allowed the state to manage complex networks of urban and peripheral settlements while projecting influence over trade routes, diplomatic relations, and regional conflicts. The deliberate alignment of political, religious, and social structures provided stability, resilience, and adaptability essential for the later transformation of Assyria into a centralized and territorially extensive empire. Ultimately, the Old Assyrian approach to governance, religion, and society demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of the interplay between authority, ideology, and social organization. By embedding political power within religious frameworks, professionalizing administration, regulating economic activity, and structuring social hierarchies, the state created a durable system capable of sustaining growth, managing complexity, and projecting influence over distance. These foundational practices inform the more expansive strategies of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods, ensuring continuity in governance, legitimacy, and social cohesion across successive generations. The integration of these dimensions provided the necessary infrastructure for long-term political stability and regional dominance, illustrating the deliberate construction of an early Mesopotamian state capable of both internal governance and external projection of power. The culture, art, and identity of the Old Assyrian Empire during the early 2nd millennium BC reveal a society deeply invested in the integration of religion, governance, commerce, and daily life into a cohesive civilizational framework. Archaeological evidence from Ashur, Kanesh, and surrounding settlements demonstrates that cultural production was not solely aesthetic but closely tied to political authority, economic function, and religious observance. Art, architecture, and material culture were deliberately employed to reinforce social hierarchies, codify historical memory, and project both local and regional identity. Through these intertwined cultural practices, the old Assyrians articulated a collective identity that unified urban populations, trade communities, and ruling elites, while also accommodating the influences of distant trade partners and neighboring societies. Religious expression was central to cultural identity, with the worship of Ashur serving as both spiritual and political grounding. Temples were not only places of ritual, but also administrative and social centers, organizing offerings, labor, and resource distribution. Archaeological findings, including altars, votive objects, and ceremonial installations, illustrate that religious life permeated public and private spaces. Festivals, processions, and ritual observances reinforced civic cohesion while communicating the legitimacy of the king and the broader social hierarchy. By integrating religious practice into everyday life, the old Assyrians established a cultural framework in which spiritual devotion, social responsibility, and political loyalty were mutually reinforcing. Material culture reflected both local innovation and external influence, a consequence of old Assyria's extensive trade networks. Pottery, textiles, metalwork, and luxury goods from Kanesh and other trade colonies demonstrate a synthesis of Assyrian motifs with Anatolian, Levantine, and southern Mesopotamian styles. These adaptations suggest not only aesthetic sensibilities, but also the pragmatic incorporation of imported techniques and symbols to appeal to diverse audiences. Artisans produced functional objects imbued with cultural significance, whether for domestic, ceremonial, or administrative purposes. By blending local tradition with cross-cultural elements, Old Assyria cultivated a distinctive identity capable of reinforcing social hierarchy while facilitating interaction with external polities. Sculpture, relief work, and inscriptions played significant roles in codifying historical memory and projecting authority. Reliefs often depicted rulers in acts of governance, trade oversight, or religious ritual, communicating both political and moral legitimacy. Textual inscriptions on clay tablets, palace walls, and temple installations documented administrative decisions, legal codes, and commercial agreements. These visual and textual artifacts functioned as instruments of cultural transmission, ensuring continuity of social norms, political authority, and historical consciousness. The deliberate integration of art and inscription into public spaces reinforced collective memory and legitimized elite authority across urban and regional contexts. Literature and record-keeping contributed to intellectual and civic identity. Scribes maintained archives recording economic transactions, legal proceedings, diplomatic correspondence, and religious texts. The professionalization of writing ensured consistency, accountability, and cultural continuity, linking successive generations through shared knowledge of law, ritual, and administration. Written records were both practical and symbolic, reflecting the integration of literacy into civic life and emphasizing the authority of the state in managing social, economic, and religious affairs. Literacy and textual culture thus became key mechanisms for sustaining identity and reinforcing governance. Urban planning and architectural design further expressed cultural values and identity. Ashur and trade colonies were organized to facilitate administration, commerce, religious observance, and defense. Streets, marketplaces, temples, palaces, and storage facilities were spatially coordinated to optimize functionality while signaling political and religious authority. Fortifications protected economic and administrative centers, demonstrating the integration of practical security with the symbolic assertion of power. Public architecture conveyed messages about hierarchy, civic identity, and social cohesion, visually manifesting the values and organizational principles of old Assyrian society. Economic activity influenced cultural expression and social identity. Trade networks not only supplied material wealth, but also facilitated the circulation of artistic motifs, technological knowledge, and ritual practices. Merchants, artisans, and administrators participated in both the production and symbolic utilization of goods, integrating economic activity with social status and civic responsibility. Luxury items, standardized textiles, and metalwork were markers of elite identity, while everyday commodities reflected broader participation in the economic and cultural system. This interconnection between economy and culture reinforced both social stratification and communal cohesion. Education and professional specialization contributed to cultural continuity. Scribes, temple officials, and artisans received structured training to maintain technical expertise, administrative knowledge, and ritual competence. These professional roles ensured that cultural, legal, and religious practices were transmitted reliably across generations, sustaining both governance and collective identity. By institutionalizing skill and knowledge, Old Assyria fostered a literate, organized, and culturally coherent society capable of integrating diverse functions and populations into a unified framework. Cultural interaction with neighboring regions and trade partners contributed to a dynamic and adaptable identity. Imported materials, motifs, and administrative practices were selectively incorporated, resulting in a hybridized cultural expression that maintained Assyrian distinctiveness while accommodating external influence. Archaeological evidence demonstrates that colonies like Kanesh served as nodes for this cultural exchange, producing art and administrative records that reflected both local traditions and trans-regional trends. This adaptability strengthened economic and political integration while promoting a sense of shared identity across geographically dispersed communities. By the end of the Old Assyrian period, culture, art, and identity were deeply interwoven with governance, religion, and economic structures. Material production, urban planning, religious practice, and textual record-keeping reinforced social hierarchies, codified historical memory, and communicated authority across urban centers and trade networks. Cultural practices legitimized political power, facilitated commerce, and integrated religious observance into civic life, producing a cohesive societal framework that supported both local stability and regional influence. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that Old Assyrian cultural strategies were both deliberate and adaptive, designed to sustain identity, governance, and social cohesion across a complex and expanding network of settlements. The integration of culture, art, and identity into the Old Assyrian political and economic framework ensured that social, religious, and civic values were consistently reinforced. Art and architecture communicated authority, religious observance anchored governance and social cohesion, and textual records preserved both legal and historical continuity. Material culture and ritual practice reflected and reinforced social hierarchies while promoting collective identity, linking elites, merchants, artisans, and laborers within an interdependent societal system. These mechanisms enabled Old Assyria to maintain cohesion and influence across both urban centers and distant colonies. Ultimately, the cultural foundations laid during the Old Assyrian period provided a durable framework for continuity, adaptation, and expansion in subsequent centuries. The deliberate combination of religious practice, artistic production, economic engagement, and textual record-keeping created a resilient civilizational identity capable of integrating new territories, populations, and influences. The Old Assyrian approach to culture and identity demonstrates the strategic use of art, ritual, and material production to reinforce governance, economic activity, and social cohesion. These foundations prepared the state for the more extensive territorial, administrative, and cultural achievements of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods, illustrating the enduring significance of cultural integration in early Assyrian statecraft. Conflict, rivalries, and military organization in the Old Assyrian Empire were fundamental to maintaining regional influence, protecting trade networks, and consolidating political authority. While the Old Assyrian period is often characterized as more commercially oriented than overtly militaristic, archaeological and textual evidence indicates that military preparedness, strategic fortifications, and organized militias were integral to both domestic stability and external projection of power. Urban centers such as Ashur and trade colonies like Kanesh were fortified, suggesting that rulers anticipated threats from neighboring city-states, semi-nomadic groups, and competing trading powers. Military organization was closely linked to governance, economic management, and religious authority, reflecting a comprehensive approach to security and state resilience. The old Assyrian military relied on a combination of professional soldiers, conscripted militias, and logistical coordination facilitated by administrative oversight. Textual records and archaeological finds demonstrate that troops were organized to protect urban centers, caravan routes, and trade colonies. Fortified walls, watchtowers, gates, and defensive ditches provided structural security, while archives indicate that provisions, arms, and transport were meticulously managed. This organization enabled the state to respond effectively to raids, territorial disputes, and commercial threats without overextending resources, illustrating the integration of military, economic, and administrative planning in old Assyrian statecraft. Conflicts were often shaped by competition over trade routes, access to raw materials, and territorial influence. Assyrian merchants and colonies in Anatolia navigated a complex network of local powers, negotiating treaties and alliances while preparing for potential hostilities. Cuneiform tablets from Kanesh detail arrangements for protection of trade caravans, compensation for losses, and mutual obligations between merchants and local authorities. These documents reflect an understanding that commerce and security were inseparable, and that diplomatic negotiation could complement or substitute for armed intervention. Military action, therefore, was deployed selectively, often as a response to economic or political threats rather than as a tool of large-scale conquest. Religious and ideological frameworks reinforced military organization. The king, as representative of Ashur, claimed divine sanction for defensive measures and offensive campaigns, framing military engagement as both civic duty and spiritual responsibility. Temples and religious officials participated in logistical planning, mobilizing labor and resources to support military preparedness. The intertwining of religious legitimacy and military organization strengthened social cohesion and provided moral justification for the allocation of economic and human resources to defense, integrating warfare into broader societal and administrative systems. Strategically, fortifications were complemented by coordinated offensive and defensive operations. Archaeological evidence from Ashur and peripheral settlements indicates the use of walls, gates, and watchtowers in combination with patrols and organized militias. Troops were mobilized to protect both urban centers and critical economic routes, ensuring that trade, administration, and resource flows remained secure. Logistical coordination included the distribution of food, weapons, and transport, demonstrating the state's capacity for sustained military readiness. These practices established precedents for later professionalized armies in the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. Conflicts also shaped political alliances and social hierarchies. Military obligations reinforced loyalty to the king and central administration, while successes or failures in protecting trade networks influenced social and economic standing. Merchants, temple officials, and local administrators were incentivized to cooperate with defense initiatives, linking economic interests, social responsibility, and political authority. Warfare thus functioned as a mechanism for reinforcing governance, integrating elites, and maintaining social cohesion, while simultaneously protecting economic and strategic assets. Diplomatic strategies complemented military preparedness. Treaties, agreements, and negotiations with neighboring powers mitigated conflict while preserving Assyrian commercial interests. Cuneiform records detail arrangements for shared security, compensation for raids, and coordinated responses to regional threats. By integrating diplomacy with military planning, the old Assyrian state maximized efficiency, minimized unnecessary conflict, and reinforced both political legitimacy and economic stability. This multidimensional approach highlights the sophistication of Assyrian statecraft in balancing coercion, negotiation, and resource management. Technological aspects of warfare were adapted to the context of early Second Millennium Mesopotamia. Weapons included spears, daggers, and shields, while fortifications incorporated mud-brick walls and towers capable of resisting assaults from raiding parties and small-scale armies. Transport animals, such as donkeys and oxen, facilitated both logistics and mobility. The combination of tactical awareness, structural defenses, and logistical support enabled the state to protect trade colonies and urban centers effectively. Military infrastructure and preparedness reflected careful planning rather than reliance on sheer force, illustrating a measured and strategic approach to conflict management. By the end of the Old Assyrian period, the integration of military organization, defensive fortifications, administrative coordination, and ideological sanction had produced a system capable of sustaining both internal security and regional influence. Troop organization, resource management, and strategic planning were closely linked to governance, economic oversight, and religious legitimacy, creating a resilient framework for managing threats and asserting authority. The lessons learned in fortification, logistics, diplomacy, and military coordination during this period provided a foundation for the larger-scale campaigns, professionalized armies, and territorial expansion of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian empires. The role of conflict in shaping Old Assyrian society was multifaceted. It reinforced central authority, facilitated economic protection, structured social hierarchies, and provided opportunities for diplomatic engagement. Military organization was embedded in broader administrative and religious systems, ensuring that defense and conflict management were coordinated, efficient, and socially sanctioned. By integrating military strategy with governance and economic networks, Old Assyria created a sustainable model of state resilience, capable of adapting to external pressures while maintaining internal cohesion and stability. Ultimately, the conflict and military organization of the Old Assyrian Empire demonstrate the careful balance between economic pragmatism, administrative oversight, religious legitimacy, and strategic foresight. Fortified cities, professionalized militias, logistical coordination, and diplomatic engagement allowed the state to navigate a complex regional environment, protecting both commerce and territorial influence. These structures established enduring principles of military planning, administrative integration, and state resilience that informed the more expansive and professionalized military systems of later Assyrian periods, contributing directly to the transformation of Assyria into a centralized and territorially extensive empire. The decline and transition of the Old Assyrian Empire into the Middle Assyrian period represent a critical phase in the evolution of Assyria from a commercially oriented city-state network into a territorially centralized and militarily assertive polity. This transition, occurring roughly in the late 2nd millennium BCE, was shaped by a combination of internal structural pressures, economic fluctuations, political competition, and regional geopolitical changes. Archaeological and textual evidence from Ashur, trade colonies, and surrounding regions indicates that the decline of Old Assyria was gradual, marked by shifts in trade patterns, administrative centralization, and adaptations in governance and military strategy, which laid the foundations for the emergence of the Middle Assyrian Empire. Economic challenges played a significant role in the Old Assyrian decline. Long-distance trade, the backbone of the Old Assyrian economy, experienced disruptions due to shifts in regional political power, competition with neighboring polities, and changes in supply routes. Evidence from cuneiform tablets in Anatolia suggests that some harems faced diminished profitability, increased risks, and administrative difficulties, prompting a re-evaluation of the Assyrian approach to trade and territorial management. The resulting economic stress compelled political authorities to focus more on consolidation and direct control, rather than reliance solely on commercial influence and merchant networks. Administrative centralization intensified during this transitional period. The early reliance on semi-autonomous trade colonies and local governors was gradually replaced by more direct oversight from Ashur. Textual evidence indicates an increasing role for the monarchy and central bureaucrats in regulating economic activity, managing resources, and coordinating military preparedness. This centralization reflected a shift from commercial diplomacy toward territorial and political consolidation, enabling Assyria to respond to regional threats, resource scarcity, and internal governance challenges more effectively. These administrative reforms laid the groundwork for the more hierarchical and territorially integrated structures of the Middle Assyrian state. Political competition and external pressures contributed to the decline of the Old Assyrian system. Neighboring polities, including Hurrian, Hittite, and Anatolian city-states, asserted influence over trade routes and regional territories, challenging Assyrian commercial supremacy. Conflicts over resources, access to strategic locations, and control of key colonies placed increasing demands on military organization and administrative coordination. Textual records document both diplomatic negotiations and military responses, illustrating that Old Assyria had to adapt to a more complex and competitive geopolitical environment. This period of contestation reinforced the necessity of a more centralized and militarized state structure, facilitating the transition toward the Middle Assyrian Empire. Internal social dynamics also influenced the decline. The stratified system of merchants, scribes, artisans, and laborers, while effective in managing commerce and governance, required careful balancing to prevent tension between urban elites and provincial administrators. As trade profitability fluctuated and administrative centralization intensified, social stresses emerged, prompting reforms in labor organization, economic oversight, and elite privileges. Religious institutions maintained cohesion by reinforcing loyalty to Ashur and the monarchy, while administrative adjustments ensured continuity in governance despite economic and social challenges. This dynamic interaction of social, economic, and political factors illustrates the interconnected pressures that shaped the Old Assyrian decline. Cultural adaptation accompanied structural and political changes. As the Old Assyrian network of trade colonies and urban centers became less commercially dominant, cultural expressions increasingly reflected centralized authority, territorial governance, and religious sanction of the monarchy. Architectural planning, artistic production, and textual documentation began emphasizing state cohesion, historical memory, and elite legitimacy rather than primarily commercial identity. This cultural recalibration reinforced administrative and political reforms, ensuring that societal values supported both governance and territorial consolidation. Military organization evolved in response to the shifting political and economic landscape. The reliance on small-scale militias and fortifications at trade colonies was augmented by more formalized and centrally coordinated military structures. Troop mobilization, logistical planning, and defensive fortification strategies were increasingly managed directly by the monarchy and central bureaucrats. These adjustments allowed Assyria to respond to both external threats and internal security needs more effectively, setting the stage for the professionalized armies and expansive military campaigns of the Middle Assyrian period. The transition also reflected changes in religious and ideological frameworks. The king's authority was increasingly emphasized as both a religiously sanctioned ruler and a territorial sovereign, consolidating loyalty across urban centers and peripheral regions. Temples continued to serve administrative and ceremonial functions, but their role became more closely integrated with central governance, supporting both economic coordination and political legitimacy. This reconfiguration of religious and political structures reinforced the centralized authority that would characterize the Middle Assyrian state. By the end of the Old Assyrian period, the combination of economic adjustments, administrative centralization, military reorganization, social adaptation, and cultural recalibration produced a polity capable of sustaining territorial control and projecting influence over a wider region. These developments marked the deliberate transformation of Assyria from a network of commercially oriented city-states into a state with the institutional, military, and ideological capacities necessary for empire building. Archaeological and textual evidence underscores that this transition was gradual, adaptive, and guided by the cumulative experience of centuries of trade, governance, and regional interaction. The decline and transition of the Old Assyrian Empire highlight the complex interplay of economic, political, military, social, and cultural factors in early state evolution. Economic stress prompted centralization. Geopolitical competition stimulated military and administrative reform, and cultural adaptation reinforced governance and social cohesion. This systemic approach enabled Assyria to overcome structural vulnerabilities, incorporate lessons from previous administrative experience, and position itself for expansion. The Old Assyrian decline was not a collapse, but a transformation, establishing the institutional, ideological, and territorial foundations that would enable the Middle Assyrian Empire to emerge as a centralized, militarily capable, and territorially expansive state. In summary, the decline and transition of the Old Assyrian Empire demonstrate the deliberate evolution of Assyrian governance, economy, military, and culture in response to internal and external pressures. By integrating lessons from commerce, administrative management, social organization, and regional interaction, Assyria reoriented its structures toward territorial consolidation, centralized authority, and strategic military readiness. This period of transformation bridged the commercially focused Old Assyrian state and the territorially and militarily assertive Middle Assyrian Empire, ensuring continuity in political and cultural identity while adapting to the complex challenges of regional power dynamics. The transition illustrates the capacity of early Assyrian statecraft to evolve deliberately, systematically, and sustainably, laying the groundwork for subsequent imperial achievement. The legacy and influence of the Old Assyrian period are evident in the political, economic, military, and cultural structures that shaped subsequent stages of Assyrian history, particularly the Middle and Neo-Assyrian empires. Though often overshadowed by the later territorial and militaristic expansion of Assyria, the Old Assyrian period laid the foundational frameworks for governance, trade, military organization, and societal cohesion that enabled the state to evolve into a centralized, administratively sophisticated, and militarily capable power. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that the innovations and institutional practices developed during this era had enduring impacts on the trajectory of Assyrian civilization. One of the most significant legacies of the Old Assyrian period was the establishment of administrative systems capable of managing complex networks of cities, colonies, and trade settlements. Professional scribes, temple administrators, and local officials formed a bureaucratic structure that facilitated the regulation of commerce, adjudication of legal disputes, and coordination of labor. These practices demonstrated the value of documentation, record-keeping, and standardized procedures, forming the blueprint for later Middle Assyrian centralized administration. The integration of local governance with central oversight ensured both efficiency and accountability, illustrating an early model of statecraft that emphasized coordination across urban and regional networks. The Old Assyrian trade network in Anatolia, epitomized by the Karims such as Kanesh, established principles of long-distance commerce, economic specialization, and contractual law that persisted into subsequent periods. Merchants' engagement with foreign polities, detailed contracts, and risk management practices provided a framework for the integration of economic and diplomatic strategies. This commercial sophistication influenced not only the organization of Middle Assyrian trade, but also the broader approach to resource management, taxation, and territorial control, emphasizing the interdependence of economic and political authority. Military organization and strategic planning from the Old Assyrian period also left an enduring impact. While early Assyria did not yet pursue large-scale conquest, its approach to fortification, militia mobilization, and logistical coordination informed later military structures. The integration of defensive planning with administrative oversight, economic provisioning, and religious legitimacy provided a model for organized, sustainable military capability. This foundation enabled the Middle and Neo-Assyrian empires to professionalize armies, conduct campaigns over extended territories, and maintain control over diverse populations while preserving economic stability. Religious and ideological continuity from the Old Assyrian period shaped both governance and cultural identity in subsequent eras. The centrality of Ashur as both a deity and a symbol of political authority reinforced the principle of divine sanction for kingship. Temples served as centers of administration, ritual, and social cohesion, establishing a model for the integration of religion and governance that persisted across centuries. Religious ideology supported both civic loyalty and political legitimacy, ensuring continuity in social structures and statecraft practices, even as territorial expansion and militarization intensified in later periods. Cultural and artistic developments of the Old Assyrian period influenced identity, social hierarchy, and historical memory in successive eras. Urban planning, architectural design, reliefs, and textual record-keeping not only reinforced political authority, but also codified societal norms and transmitted collective knowledge. These cultural practices established enduring standards for civic organization, elite representation, and historical documentation. The emphasis on integrating visual, textual, and ritual elements into daily life provided a foundation for the more elaborate artistic and propagandistic expressions of the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. Social organization established during the Old Assyrian period also contributed to continuity in labor specialization, elite roles, and civic responsibilities. Hierarchies involving kings, officials, scribes, merchants, artisans, and laborers created functional divisions that optimized governance, economic productivity, and ceremonial obligations. These structures provided the human resources necessary for both administrative and military efficiency, ensuring that subsequent Assyrian states could scale governance and social coordination to larger territories and populations without losing organizational coherence. The Old Assyrian period also influenced legal and economic norms that persisted over centuries. Written contracts, property records, and standardized procedures for dispute resolution provided a model for systematic governance, accountability, and commercial regulation. By formalizing rules for trade, property, and civic obligations, Old Assyria established precedents for legal codification and bureaucratic oversight that underpinned the state's capacity to manage increasingly complex territorial and commercial networks in the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. In addition, the period's experiences with diplomacy, trade negotiation, and interaction with neighboring powers provided practical lessons in statecraft, strategic alliances, and risk management. Assyria's ability to navigate regional competition while protecting economic and political interests informed later approaches to imperial expansion, territorial consolidation, and external relations. The integration of diplomacy with administration, commerce, and military preparedness became a recurring principle in Assyrian governance. Ultimately, the Old Assyrian period represents a formative stage in Assyria's evolution, producing structural, institutional, and cultural frameworks that enabled the state to transition from a commercially oriented network of city-states to a centralized, militarily capable empire. Administrative practices, trade organization, military preparedness, religious integration, cultural expression, and social hierarchies established during this period provided continuity, adaptability, and resilience. These foundations allowed the Middle and Neo-Assyrian empires to build upon previous experiences, scaling governance, economy, and military organization to achieve territorial expansion and regional dominance. The legacy of the Old Assyrian period underscores the importance of institutional innovation, cultural integration, and strategic foresight in early state development. By consolidating administrative systems, coordinating economic and military structures, codifying legal and ritual practices, and reinforcing social cohesion, Old Assyria demonstrated the effectiveness of deliberate, evidence-based governance. These accomplishments not only ensured the stability and prosperity of early Assyrian society, but also provided the conceptual, organizational, and cultural tools that enabled later empires to achieve unprecedented territorial, political, and military success. The enduring influence of the Old Assyrian period illustrates how foundational practices in governance, economy, culture, and military organization can shape the trajectory of a civilization over centuries. The Middle Assyrian period, spanning roughly from the late 14th century BCE to the 10th century BCE, represents a transformative era in Assyrian history, marked by political consolidation, territorial expansion, and the emergence of a centralized bureaucratic and militarized state. Unlike the earlier Old Assyrian period, which was primarily commercial and trade-oriented, the Middle Assyrian era reflects a deliberate shift toward territorial control, administrative centralization, and the integration of military, economic, and religious structures to sustain an expanding polity. Archaeological evidence from Ashur, Nimrud, and other provincial centers, combined with textual sources such as royal inscriptions and legal codes, provides a comprehensive picture of a society navigating internal consolidation while projecting authority across Mesopotamia and neighboring regions. The origins of the Middle Assyrian state are closely linked to the structural and institutional frameworks established during the Old Assyrian period. Administrative practices, trade networks, and bureaucratic expertise developed in the earlier era provided the foundations for more extensive territorial governance. Ashur emerged as both the political and religious center, consolidating authority over urban elites, provincial administrators, and peripheral settlements. Kings such as Ashur-uballit I leveraged this institutional continuity to stabilize succession, centralize control, and establish precedent for direct intervention in regional affairs, replacing the largely semi-autonomous commercial network of the Old Assyrian period with a more cohesive state apparatus. Political consolidation during this period involved the systematic integration of previously semi-independent regions into a hierarchical administrative structure. Provincial governors, military commanders, and temple officials reported to the monarchy, ensuring coordination of governance, economic management, and legal oversight. Textual sources indicate that governors were responsible for tax collection, resource allocation, and local security, linking central authority with local administration. This system reduced the autonomy of peripheral centers while maintaining effective oversight, allowing the Middle Assyrian state to assert control over a geographically expanding territory and manage diverse populations with varying degrees of urbanization and economic capacity. Territorial expansion was facilitated by a combination of military campaigns, strategic alliances, and diplomatic negotiations. The Middle Assyrian kings conducted organized campaigns against neighboring states, including Mitanni, Babylon, and Hurrian principalities, securing trade routes, natural resources, and strategic locations. Military organization was increasingly professionalized, with standing troops, specialized units, and coordinated logistics enabling the projection of power beyond traditional urban centers. Inscriptions and administrative records describe campaigns not only as conquests, but also as instruments of economic control and political legitimacy, demonstrating the integrated approach to military, economic, and administrative strategy characteristic of the Middle Assyrian period. Legal codification was a hallmark of the Middle Assyrian state, reflecting both internal consolidation and the necessity of regulating diverse populations. The Middle Assyrian laws, preserved in cuneiform tablets, codified regulations concerning property, family, labor obligations, and criminal justice. These laws reinforced social hierarchies, established accountability for officials and citizens, and provided mechanisms for dispute resolution that were enforceable across a territorially dispersed polity. The codification of law illustrates the deliberate formalization of governance, linking centralized authority with social and economic regulation, and providing continuity from Old Assyrian administrative practices while adapting to a larger, more complex state. Economic systems during this period expanded to support both administrative centralization and military mobilization. Agricultural production, craft specialization, and trade were closely monitored and integrated with state objectives. Provincial centers contributed resources to the monarchy, temples, and military campaigns, ensuring coordinated provisioning. Long-distance trade remained important, although territorial control increasingly supplemented reliance on commercial networks for wealth and strategic leverage. Administrative tablets indicate that the monarchy directly oversaw resource distribution, taxation, and commercial regulation, exemplifying the integration of economic, military, and administrative functions in support of state stability and expansion. Religious institutions retained a central role in legitimizing authority and coordinating civic life. The king, regarded as the representative of Ashur, exercised both secular and sacred authority, linking military, administrative, and economic activities to religious sanction. Temples functioned as centers of ritual, record-keeping, and local administration, reinforcing centralized control while maintaining social cohesion. Religious ideology provided moral justification for territorial expansion, legal enforcement, and economic management, demonstrating the continuity and adaptation of Old Assyrian religious structures to a more territorially integrated and militarized state. Cultural identity and artistic expression were similarly adapted to reflect the priorities of a centralized, militarized polity. Palaces, temples, and public monuments conveyed royal authority, historical memory, and divine sanction. Reliefs and inscriptions emphasized military victories, administrative achievements, and civic accomplishments, reinforcing social hierarchies and projecting legitimacy across the empire. Urban planning incorporated administrative, religious, and defensive considerations, illustrating the integration of cultural, economic, and political functions in shaping collective identity and civic cohesion. Social structures evolved in response to the expanded territorial, administrative, and military demands of the state. Elites included the king, royal family, high officials, and military commanders, while scribes, artisans, merchants, and laborers occupied specialized roles essential for sustaining governance, trade, and military operations. Provincial populations were incorporated into the state through taxation, conscription, and participation in religious and civic obligations. This hierarchical organization enabled efficient resource allocation, administrative oversight, and social integration, ensuring that the expanding Middle Assyrian state maintained cohesion despite its growing complexity. The transition from Old to Middle Assyria demonstrates the deliberate adaptation of institutional frameworks, cultural practices, and administrative mechanisms to accommodate territorial expansion, economic management, and military projection. Lessons from trade networks, bureaucratic record-keeping, and governance in the Old Assyrian period informed strategies for integrating newly conquered territories, managing diverse populations, and consolidating centralized authority. Archaeological and textual evidence highlights the continuity and innovation that characterized this transformation, revealing a society capable of combining stability, adaptability, and strategic foresight. In summary, the Middle Assyrian period represents a critical phase in Assyrian history, marked by the consolidation of authority, territorial expansion, and the integration of military, economic, religious, and cultural systems. Institutional innovations, codified law, professionalized military structures, and centralized administration allowed the state to transition from a commercial city-state network into a territorially and militarily capable polity. The experiences of the Middle Assyrian kings provided the structural, ideological, and administrative foundations for the later Neo-Assyrian Empire, illustrating the cumulative and adaptive nature of Assyrian statecraft. This period exemplifies how early political, economic, and cultural frameworks can be deliberately expanded and refined to create a resilient and strategically oriented civilization capable of regional dominance. Centralization of political authority in the Middle Assyrian period represents a decisive transformation in the organization, administration, and projection of state power. Emerging in the late 14th century BCE, the Middle Assyrian state built upon the institutional foundations of the Old Assyrian period but shifted emphasis from a primarily commercial network toward territorial control, hierarchical governance, and centralized oversight. Archaeological evidence from Ashur, Nimrud, and provincial centers, together with textual documentation from royal inscriptions, administrative records, and correspondence, illustrates a deliberate and systematic effort to consolidate authority under the monarchy. This centralization was not merely symbolic, it was operational, encompassing governance, economic regulation, military organization, and legal oversight across urban centers and peripheral territories. The king was the focal point of centralized authority, embodying both political and religious legitimacy. Rulers such as Ashur-bani and his successors asserted their position as representatives of the god Ashur on earth, a role that provided ideological justification for exercising direct control over governors, military leaders, temple officials, and city administrators. Textual inscriptions frequently emphasize the king's responsibilities in adjudicating disputes, supervising military campaigns, collecting tribute, and overseeing administrative and religious affairs. This integration of secular and sacred authority reinforced loyalty among officials and subjects while establishing the monarchy as the ultimate arbiter of justice, security, and resource distribution. Centralization under the king thus created a coherent chain of authority capable of sustaining governance over a territorially expanding state. Administrative centralization involved the deliberate coordination of provincial and urban officials to enforce royal policy, regulate economic activity, and maintain public order. Governors, often appointed by the monarchy, served as intermediaries between local populations and the central administration. Their responsibilities included tax collection, resource management, judicial oversight, and the supervision of labor for public works and military purposes. Temple officials, integrated into the bureaucratic hierarchy, coordinated offerings, labor, and records, ensuring that religious obligations complemented civic and administrative requirements. By aligning the functions of secular and religious authorities, the Middle Assyrian state established a multi-tiered governance system in which directives flowed from the king to provinces with accountability and efficiency. Textual evidence from administrative tablets and royal correspondence demonstrates the mechanisms by which centralization was enforced. Instructions from Ashur detail the appointment of officials, oversight of local legal cases, and management of economic production. Reports from provincial governors indicate the king's active role in monitoring compliance and resolving disputes, reflecting a system of hierarchical supervision that reinforced central authority while maintaining operational flexibility. The bureaucratic structure allowed the monarchy to respond to emerging threats, economic fluctuations, and regional challenges with coordination and precision, illustrating the effectiveness of institutional centralization in sustaining state stability. The consolidation of authority also relied on standardized procedures and documentation. Scribes played a critical role in recording transactions, legal rulings, military mobilization, and administrative orders, ensuring both continuity and accountability. The proliferation of cuneiform tablets in Ashur, provincial centers, and trade settlements reflects a literate administrative culture capable of transmitting directives, monitoring compliance, and preserving institutional memory. Record-keeping not only facilitated operational efficiency, but also reinforced the perception of the king's omnipresent authority, as officials and citizens alike were subject to documented regulations and expectations. This emphasis on standardized administration exemplifies the deliberate integration of literacy, bureaucracy, and centralized governance. Military organization was closely intertwined with the centralization of political authority. The king maintained command over professional troops, fortifications, and conscripted forces, coordinating military operations with administrative oversight and economic provisioning. Fortified urban centers, defensive walls, and strategically positioned garrisons reflected both the protection of the state and the projection of authority into peripheral regions. Military officers were integrated into the bureaucratic hierarchy, reporting to central command and ensuring that territorial control and internal security reinforced the king's authority. This coordination demonstrates that centralization was not merely an abstract political ideal, but a functional mechanism for sustaining governance, security, and territorial cohesion. Economic centralization complemented political and military authority. The monarchy oversaw taxation, resource allocation, trade regulation, and the management of surplus production. Administrative and temple officials monitored agricultural output, craft production, and long-distance commerce, ensuring that economic activity served both state and religious priorities. By controlling economic flows, the king could support military campaigns, public works, and ceremonial obligations while reinforcing hierarchical social structures. The integration of economic management with central authority exemplifies the comprehensive nature of Middle Assyrian statecraft, wherein political, economic, and religious functions were mutually reinforcing. The codification of social hierarchies further reinforced centralized governance. The king, royal family, high officials, military commanders, scribes, and temple administrators occupied clearly defined roles within a structured hierarchy. Provincial populations, artisans, laborers, and merchants were incorporated into the system through taxation, labor obligations, and civic responsibilities. Clear delineation of authority and obligation allowed the monarchy to exercise control across diverse territories, maintain social cohesion, and facilitate coordination of administrative, economic, and military functions. This hierarchical organization ensured that the expansion of the Middle Assyrian state could be managed effectively without sacrificing coherence or authority. Religious ideology played a complementary role in consolidating political authority. The king's association with Ashur provided a sacred rationale for governance, legal enforcement, and military action. Temples served both spiritual and administrative functions, linking religious practice with bureaucratic oversight. Rituals, festivals, and ceremonial observances reinforced loyalty to the monarchy, legitimized taxation and labor obligations, and maintained social cohesion. By embedding religious authority within the centralized political structure, Middle Assyria ensured that ideological and operational mechanisms of control were mutually supportive. Archaeological evidence supports the material manifestation of centralized authority. Urban planning in Ashur and provincial centers reflects hierarchical organization, with palaces, temples, administrative buildings, and fortifications systematically arranged to facilitate governance, surveillance, and control. Public monuments, reliefs, and inscriptions conveyed royal authority, commemorated achievements, and communicated legal and political norms to the populace. These tangible expressions of centralization reinforced the perception of omnipresent authority and integrated civic, religious, and administrative functions within urban and regional environments. The centralization of political authority also allowed the Middle Assyrian state to respond effectively to external pressures and internal challenges. Coordinated military campaigns, standardized legal enforcement, and integrated economic management enabled the monarchy to assert influence over neighboring states, secure trade routes, and maintain internal stability. By consolidating control over both urban centers and peripheral regions, the Middle Assyrian state created a durable framework capable of managing a complex society with diverse populations, resources, and strategic demands. In conclusion, the centralization of political authority during the Middle Assyrian period reflects a deliberate, systematic, and functional approach to statecraft. By integrating monarchy, bureaucracy, military organization, economic oversight, and religious legitimacy, the Middle Assyrian kings established a hierarchical system capable of sustaining governance over a territorially expanding and socially complex state. Archaeological and textual evidence demonstrates that this centralization was operational, ideologically justified, and institutionally robust, providing the foundation for legal codification, administrative efficiency, military projection, and cultural integration in subsequent Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods. The deliberate alignment of political, religious, and administrative structures ensured coherence, stability, and adaptability, enabling the Middle Assyrian state to emerge as a territorially integrated and strategically capable power. Legal codification during the Middle Assyrian period represents one of the most enduring achievements of early Mesopotamian statecraft, reflecting the integration of governance, social hierarchy, and economic regulation into a comprehensive legal framework. The Middle Assyrian laws, preserved on cuneiform tablets, illustrate a systematic approach to regulating society, balancing the interests of the monarchy, elite officials, and common citizens, while reinforcing centralized authority. Unlike earlier legal practices, which were often localized or tied to specific city-states, the Middle Assyrian codes applied across the expanding territorial state, providing consistency, predictability, and enforceable standards. This codification was both an administrative tool and a mechanism of social control, demonstrating the deliberate use of law to sustain the coherence and stability of the Middle Assyrian polity. The codified laws addressed a wide array of issues, encompassing criminal justice, property rights, labor obligations, family law, and commercial regulations. Criminal provisions defined punishments for offenses ranging from theft and assault to more severe crimes against the state or royal authority, emphasizing the protection of property, social hierarchy, and political order. Property laws established rights and responsibilities regarding land ownership, agricultural production, and urban real estate, regulating both elite holdings and the obligations of commoners. Labor obligations, often tied to taxation, temple service, or public works, were codified to ensure predictable resource management and reinforce social stratification. Family laws addressed marriage, inheritance, and domestic responsibility, integrating household management into broader societal norms. Commercial regulations oversaw trade, contracts, and debt obligations, reflecting the enduring influence of old Assyrian trade networks while adapting to a more centralized and territorially extensive state. The Middle Assyrian laws were meticulously enforced through a hierarchical judicial system. Provincial governors, local judges, and temple officials administered justice according to the codified statutes, with appeals and oversight directed to the monarchy or central administration. This judicial integration ensured that laws were applied uniformly across the kingdom, reinforcing the king's authority and the legitimacy of state institutions. The codification of law also provided continuity of governance, reducing ambiguity in disputes and enhancing predictability in social, economic, and administrative interactions. By formalizing legal procedures, Middle Assyria demonstrated the capacity to manage complex social, economic, and political networks through institutionalized oversight. The laws themselves reflect the social hierarchy fundamental to Middle Assyrian governance. Punishments and obligations varied according to status, distinguishing between royalty, officials, free citizens, dependent laborers, and slaves. Elite individuals were subject to regulations that emphasized accountability and protection of property, while commoners and dependents were bound by stricter enforcement of labor, taxation, and civic duties. This hierarchical differentiation reinforced social cohesion and ensured that authority, obligations, and privilege were systematically codified, contributing to the stability of the expanding state. Law became a tool not only for justice, but also for maintaining social and political order in alignment with centralized authority. Economic regulation through legal codification was a particularly critical aspect of the Middle Assyrian state. Commercial transactions, debt enforcement, contractual obligations, and taxation were all governed by codified statutes. Merchants, artisans, and landholders were held accountable for agreements and production quotas, ensuring the reliable flow of resources to the monarchy, temples, and military. By integrating economic oversight into law, the state established mechanisms to sustain military campaigns, administrative functions, and civic projects. Legal codification thus directly linked economic activity to governance, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of how law could structure and stabilize both society and state resources. Religious and ideological principles were intertwined with the codification of law. Laws were often framed in the context of divine authority, particularly the god Ashur, reinforcing the king's legitimacy as both temporal and sacred ruler. Violations of law were perceived not only as social or political infractions, but also as transgressions against divine order. This integration of religious sanction reinforced compliance, elevated the moral authority of legal structures, and linked civic duty with spiritual accountability. The combination of secular and religious legitimacy strengthened the centralization of power and underscored the inseparability of law, governance, and ideology in the Middle Assyrian state. The Middle Assyrian laws also reflect the influence of earlier Mesopotamian legal traditions, particularly the Old Assyrian and Hammurabi era codes, while adapting to the distinct needs of a territorial and militarized polity. Codification incorporated practical administrative and economic considerations, such as taxation, conscription, and management of labor for public works and temple service. At the same time, the laws addressed the ethical, moral, and social expectations of a complex society, integrating personal responsibility, family obligations, and communal norms into a comprehensive legal framework. This synthesis of inherited practice and innovative adaptation demonstrates the Middle Assyrian state's capacity to combine tradition with strategic institutional development. Enforcement mechanisms included both preventive and punitive measures. Public awareness of legal norms was reinforced through inscriptions, administrative directives, and temple proclamations, while judicial authorities ensured compliance through investigation, adjudication, and punishment. Penalties were graduated according to social status, severity of offense, and impact on the state or community, reflecting a nuanced understanding of deterrence, justice, and social equilibrium. By structuring legal consequences alongside hierarchical differentiation, Middle Assyria achieved both social control and legitimized authority, reducing internal conflict and facilitating effective governance. The codification of law also enhanced the efficiency and predictability of administrative processes. By establishing clear guidelines for taxation, labor contribution, property management, and judicial procedure, the laws reduced ambiguity in governance and allowed provincial administrators to implement central directives consistently. This predictability was particularly important in a territorially expansive state with diverse populations, enabling centralized coordination without constant direct oversight. Codified law thus functioned as a bridge between monarchy, bureaucracy, military, economy, and society, integrating multiple facets of governance into a coherent framework. Furthermore, the Middle Assyrian laws contributed to cultural continuity and historical memory. They provided a documented record of societal expectations, norms, and institutional practices, ensuring that subsequent generations inherited a structured legal and administrative framework. The codification reinforced the authority of the monarchy while embedding governance principles into the social consciousness. This legal legacy informed later Neo-Assyrian administration, military organization, and territorial management, demonstrating the enduring influence of Middle Assyrian codification on the evolution of Assyrian statecraft. In summary, the codification of law during the Middle Assyrian period was a multifaceted achievement that integrated governance, social hierarchy, economic regulation, and religious legitimacy into a coherent institutional framework. The Middle Assyrian laws formalized societal obligations, ensured consistency in administration and justice, and reinforced centralized authority across urban centers and peripheral territories. By combining inherited legal traditions with innovative adaptation to a territorially expansive state, Middle Assyria created a durable model of law that sustained social cohesion, economic stability, and political control. The legal codification of this period exemplifies the strategic use of institutional structures to manage complex societies and demonstrates the critical role of law in consolidating Middle Assyrian governance, reinforcing hierarchical order, and providing the foundation for future imperial expansion. Bureaucracy and administrative organization in the Middle Assyrian period constituted the structural backbone of the state, enabling the monarchy to exercise authority over an increasingly complex and territorially expansive society. While the Old Assyrian period relied heavily on commercial networks and semi-autonomous trade colonies, the Middle Assyrian state developed a centralized, hierarchical, and professional bureaucracy capable of coordinating governance, military mobilization, economic management, and legal oversight across urban centers and provincial territories. Archaeological evidence from Ashur, Nimrud, and peripheral settlements, together with textual records including administrative tablets, correspondence, and royal inscriptions, illustrates the deliberate design, scope, and functioning of this bureaucratic system. At the apex of this bureaucratic hierarchy stood the king, who not only served as the ultimate political authority, but also directed the administration of governors, temple officials, scribes, and military officers. The monarchy's central role was operational as well as symbolic, overseeing appointments, policy implementation, and coordination between provincial and urban authorities. The king exercised oversight through a combination of royal directives, inspections, and correspondence, ensuring that officials across the state adhered to standardized procedures and aligned with central objectives. This integration of top-down authority with professional administration created a coherent and responsive governance structure capable of managing complex societal needs. Provincial governors were essential intermediaries in the bureaucratic hierarchy. Appointed by the king, governors administered cities, towns, and surrounding rural areas, enforcing legal codes, collecting taxes, supervising labor obligations, and overseeing local defense. Their responsibilities required both administrative skill and loyalty, as they represented central authority in regions that could be geographically and culturally distant from Ashur. Governors maintained records of transactions, disputes, and resource allocations, reporting to the central administration and ensuring consistency between local practices and overarching state policies. This delegation of authority allowed the monarchy to maintain control over an expansive territory while enabling operational efficiency. Scribes formed the operational core of the bureaucracy, performing critical functions in record-keeping, communication, and administration. They documented transactions, legal judgments, military mobilization, tax collection, and temple contributions, creating a literate infrastructure that preserved institutional memory and facilitated state planning. The proliferation of cuneiform tablets across Ashur and provincial centers demonstrates both the volume and sophistication of record-keeping, highlighting the professionalization of administrative tasks. Scribes also facilitated communication between the central monarchy and local authorities, ensuring that directives were accurately transmitted and compliance could be monitored. Temple officials were integrated into the bureaucratic apparatus, reflecting the intertwined nature of religious and administrative authority. Temples were centers of economic activity, labor coordination, and record-keeping, in addition to serving ceremonial functions. Officials managed offerings, redistributed resources, and supervised dependent workers, linking spiritual duties with civic administration. By coordinating temple activity with broader administrative objectives, Middle Assyria ensured that religious institutions reinforced both economic productivity and centralized governance, creating a dual function for temples as both spiritual and bureaucratic centers. Military officers were incorporated into the administrative hierarchy to coordinate logistics, troop mobilization, and strategic planning. Military campaigns required detailed coordination with provincial administrators, resource managers, and scribes to ensure timely provisioning, effective conscription, and secure communication lines. The bureaucracy facilitated integration of military operations with economic and administrative structures, allowing the king to project power across territories, maintain security, and respond to external threats without disrupting civil governance. This systemic coordination exemplifies how bureaucracy served as the operational foundation for territorial expansion and defense. Economic management was a core function of the bureaucracy, encompassing taxation, resource allocation, production oversight, and trade regulation. Provincial administrators and temple officials collected agricultural surplus, craft production, and commercial profits, which were then documented and redistributed according to state priorities. This system ensured a stable flow of resources to the monarchy, temples, and military, while providing mechanisms for enforcing compliance and accountability. Legal codification, standardized procedures, and detailed record-keeping supported bureaucratic oversight, linking economic activity directly to centralized governance and social hierarchy. The Middle Assyrian bureaucracy also relied on procedural standardization to maintain consistency and accountability. Administrative orders, legal directives, and resource allocations followed clearly defined protocols, reducing ambiguity and enabling officials to implement policies effectively. Standardized documentation allowed central authorities to monitor provincial compliance, detect irregularities, and adjust policy as needed. This emphasis on procedure and documentation exemplifies a sophisticated understanding of institutional management and the operational benefits of a literate, hierarchical bureaucracy in sustaining an expansive state. Social integration was facilitated through bureaucratic structures that defined roles, responsibilities, and obligations across populations. By codifying labor, taxation, military service, and religious duties, the administration incorporated urban elites, provincial populations, artisans, merchants, and laborers into a coherent system of obligations and privileges. This hierarchical integration reinforced loyalty to the monarchy, supported social cohesion, and enabled effective resource mobilization. Bureaucracy thus functioned not only as an administrative mechanism, but also as a social framework, structuring interactions between the monarchy, officials, and populace in alignment with state objectives. The effectiveness of Middle Assyrian bureaucracy is also evident in its adaptability. Officials were capable of managing diverse regions with varying economic, social, and geographic characteristics, adjusting administrative procedures while maintaining central oversight. This flexibility allowed the state to respond to fluctuations in agricultural production trade disruptions, population movements, and external threats, demonstrating that bureaucracy was both resilient and dynamic. Administrative infrastructure supported the long-term stability of the Middle Assyrian state, enabling territorial expansion and integration without sacrificing operational coherence. Archaeological evidence underscores the physical infrastructure that supported bureaucratic functions. Administrative buildings, palaces, temple complexes, and storage facilities were systematically designed to facilitate record-keeping, resource management, and coordination between officials. The spatial organization of urban centers reflected hierarchical authority, with central administrative complexes positioned to oversee both civic and economic activities. This integration of architecture, urban planning, and administrative function illustrates the deliberate material embodiment of bureaucratic power. In conclusion, the bureaucracy and administrative organization of the Middle Assyrian period were fundamental to the state's capacity to govern a territorially expansive and socially complex society. By integrating monarchy, provincial governance, scribal record-keeping, temple management, military coordination, and economic oversight, the Middle Assyrian bureaucracy created a coherent, hierarchical, and professional system capable of sustaining centralized authority. Procedural standardization, social integration, and adaptability ensured operational efficiency and long-term stability, while the integration of religious, economic, and military functions reinforced the legitimacy and effectiveness of governance. This bureaucratic foundation provided the essential infrastructure for legal codification, military projection, and economic management, enabling the Middle Assyrian state to consolidate power, administer diverse territories, and lay the groundwork for subsequent imperial expansion. Military administration in the Middle Assyrian period was a central component of state organization, closely intertwined with governance, bureaucracy, and economic management. Unlike the Old Assyrian period, which emphasized trade networks and semi-autonomous urban settlements, Middle Assyria pursued systematic militarization to secure borders, enforce centralized authority, and project power across Mesopotamia and neighboring regions. Archaeological evidence from fortified cities, garrison structures, and weapons, combined with textual records such as royal inscriptions, administrative tablets, and correspondence, reveals a highly organized system in which military, administrative, and economic functions were deliberately integrated to sustain territorial control. At the apex of military administration stood the king, whose authority extended over both the army and provincial governance. The king was responsible for strategic planning, campaign directives, and the appointment of military commanders. Royal inscriptions from the period emphasized the coordination of troop movements, logistical planning, and fortification construction, demonstrating the monarch's active engagement in operational as well as symbolic military leadership. This dual role reinforced the centralization of power, linking military authority directly to the monarchy and ensuring that the army functioned as both a defensive and administrative instrument of state control. Military organization relied on a hierarchical command structure aligned with the broader bureaucratic system. Provincial commanders reported to central authorities, coordinating garrison forces, conscripted troops, and standing professional units. Responsibilities included local defense, troop recruitment, logistical provisioning, and the enforcement of royal directives. Officers were accountable for the readiness and discipline of their forces, while ensuring compliance with state laws and obligations. This integration of military command within administrative hierarchies enabled efficient mobilization and operational flexibility, allowing Middle Assyria to respond effectively to both internal unrest and external threats. The logistical coordination of military campaigns was a critical function of Middle Assyrian administration. Troop movements required synchronized provisioning of food, weapons, transport, and shelter, which depended on close collaboration between provincial governors, temple administrators, scribes, and supply managers. Administrative records revealed detailed inventories of supplies, allocations of labor, and scheduling of reinforcements, highlighting the meticulous planning necessary to sustain sustained military operations. This integration illustrates that the Middle Assyrian army was not an independent entity, but an instrument of statecraft, operating within a bureaucratic and economic framework that ensured both efficiency and control. Fortifications and urban defense structures played a key role in military administration. Cities such as Ashur, Nimrud, and provincial centers were systematically fortified with walls, gates, and watchtowers, designed to protect inhabitants and assert royal authority. Garrison troops maintained these fortifications, coordinated with local administrators, and provided rapid response to internal or external threats. The physical integration of military infrastructure within urban planning reflects the deliberate intertwining of governance, military readiness, and civic oversight, reinforcing both security and centralized control. Conscription and professional military service were standardized to support the operational needs of the state. Able-bodied men from various social classes were mobilized for campaigns, construction projects, or garrison duty according to codified obligations and administrative directives. The king and provincial officials maintained records of service, ensuring equitable distribution of labor and minimizing disruption to economic production. This system balanced the needs of military readiness with economic stability, demonstrating the Middle Assyrian state's capacity to integrate social, economic, and military priorities through administrative oversight. Military administration was also closely linked to economic management. Provisioning campaigns, constructing fortifications, and supporting garrisons required sustained resource allocation, which depended on centralized collection of agricultural surplus, tribute, and craft production. Administrative tablets document allocations of grain, livestock, tools, and funds for military purposes, illustrating the interdependence of economic oversight and operational capability. This integration reinforced the king's authority and ensured that military power could be projected without undermining social cohesion or fiscal stability. Legal codification and bureaucratic oversight were extended to military functions. Officers were accountable under law for misconduct, dereliction of duty, or abuse of power. Troop discipline was enforced through established procedures, linking military behavior to administrative and legal standards. This legal integration reinforced hierarchical authority, ensured operational reliability, and strengthened the perception of military action as an extension of centralized governance rather than independent initiative. Military administration thus exemplified the Middle Assyrian approach to combining operational effectiveness with institutional accountability. Religious and ideological considerations also informed military administration. Campaigns were frequently framed as sanctioned by Ashur, providing moral justification and ceremonial oversight for military action. Temples played a role in mobilizing labor, providing resources, and supporting logistics, further integrating religious authority with operational needs. This combination of ideological legitimacy and administrative coordination reinforced the centralized nature of military authority and its role in sustaining the state's political and territorial objectives. Archaeological evidence, including fortifications, weapons, garrison housing, and supply depots, underscores the material infrastructure that supported Middle Assyrian military administration. Urban centers were designed to accommodate both civilian and military functions, enabling rapid deployment, coordinated defense, and effective control of territories. Reliefs and inscriptions commemorating military campaigns illustrate not only victories, but also the administrative precision underlying operational success. The physical, organizational, and ceremonial integration of military structures demonstrates the deliberate alignment of force, governance, and bureaucracy. In summary, military administration during the Middle Assyrian period was a complex, integrated system linking monarchy, bureaucracy, provincial governance, economic management, and religious authority. Command hierarchies, logistical planning, conscription systems, fortifications, and legal oversight ensured that the army functioned as an instrument of centralized power. By embedding military functions within broader administrative and economic structures, the Middle Assyrian state achieved operational efficiency, territorial control, and social stability. This integration exemplifies the deliberate use of military administration as a tool of governance, reinforcing centralized authority while enabling sustained expansion, internal cohesion, and strategic flexibility. The Middle Assyrian model of military administration established precedents for professionalized armies, coordinated logistics, and integrated governance that would inform the later Neo-Assyrian Empire's territorial dominance. Provincial administration and local governance in the Middle Assyrian period were essential components of the state's capacity to maintain cohesion, enforce law, collect resources, and project authority across a geographically and socially diverse territory. As the Middle Assyrian state expanded beyond the urban core of Ashur into surrounding regions, provinces, and newly conquered territories, it faced the challenge of integrating distant populations while preserving centralized control. Archaeological evidence from provincial centers, administrative tablets, and royal correspondence indicates that Middle Assyrian governance relied on a carefully structured hierarchy of officials, standardized procedures, and institutional oversight, enabling effective coordination between the monarchy and local communities. At the core of provincial administration were governors appointed directly by the king. These officials acted as intermediaries, implementing royal directives, enforcing laws, collecting taxes, overseeing labor obligations, and maintaining public order. Their authority extended over urban centers, surrounding villages, and agricultural hinterlands, creating a link between centralized power and local governance. Governors were accountable to the monarchy through reporting systems, inspections, and administrative tablets that documented resource flows, legal disputes, and civic obligations. This accountability ensured that provincial authorities adhered to state priorities while allowing for practical flexibility in responding to local conditions. Local governance was further supported by city administrators, temple officials, and scribes who managed day-to-day operations, economic transactions, and civic responsibilities. Temples, in particular, functioned as centers of both spiritual and administrative activity, supervising labor, overseeing offerings, and maintaining records. Scribes documented economic activity, legal cases, and administrative orders, ensuring that both provincial and central authorities had accurate information for decision-making. The integration of religious, bureaucratic, and civic functions within provincial governance reinforced the legitimacy of authority while providing practical mechanisms for implementing state policy across dispersed populations. Taxation and resource management were critical functions of provincial administration. Governors and local officials collected agricultural surplus, tribute, and payments from artisans, merchants, and households, documenting transactions and ensuring the equitable distribution of resources to the monarchy, temples, and military. These economic mechanisms sustained the state's administrative, military, and ceremonial activities while reinforcing hierarchical obligations. Standardized procedures for taxation and resource management allowed the monarchy to monitor compliance, detect irregularities, and adjust policies, ensuring that provincial administration aligned with central objectives. Legal enforcement in provincial governance was closely tied to codified laws and hierarchical accountability. Local judges and officials presided over disputes, property claims, and criminal cases in accordance with the Middle Assyrian laws. Decisions were documented and reported to the central administration, creating a feedback system that reinforced consistent application of law across provinces. This legal integration strengthened the monarchy's authority while maintaining social cohesion, as local populations recognized both the legitimacy of royal law and the practical mechanisms for its enforcement. Provincial governance also involved military responsibilities. Governors were tasked with local defense, the maintenance of garrisons, and the mobilization of troops for campaigns directed by the monarchy. Fortified provincial cities served as administrative centers and strategic bases, enabling rapid response to threats or unrest. Military administration at the provincial level was integrated with economic and legal oversight, demonstrating the interconnectedness of governance, defense, and resource management in sustaining state authority. Communication between the central monarchy and provincial authorities was facilitated by scribes and couriers who transmitted directives, reports, and records. This literate infrastructure ensured that governors could implement policy accurately, while the central administration remained informed about local conditions, challenges, and achievements. Written correspondence and administrative tablets preserved institutional memory, allowed for systematic monitoring, and reinforced hierarchical accountability, making provincial governance both transparent and responsive. The administration of diverse populations within provinces required balancing central authority with local autonomy. The Middle Assyrian state accommodated variations in culture, economic practice, and settlement patterns by allowing governors to adapt procedures while maintaining alignment with state priorities. This pragmatic flexibility enabled effective governance over urban centers, rural communities, and recently integrated territories without compromising centralized oversight. By combining uniform standards with practical discretion, provincial administration facilitated stability, economic productivity, and social cohesion across a complex and varied landscape. Archaeological evidence highlights the material and spatial organization of provincial administration. Administrative buildings, granaries, temples, and fortified structures were strategically located to optimize oversight, resource storage, and civic coordination. These centers served as hubs for governance, justice, military organization, and economic management, reinforcing the presence of state authority in daily life. The deliberate design of provincial infrastructure illustrates the integration of administrative, military, and economic functions to sustain the Middle Assyrian state's territorial and political objectives. Provincial administration also contributed to the continuity and development of social hierarchies. Local officials, scribes, military personnel, artisans, and laborers occupied specialized roles within the administrative framework, ensuring that obligations and privileges were clearly defined. This hierarchical organization reinforced loyalty to the monarchy, facilitated effective resource mobilization, and maintained civic order. The integration of local populations into the bureaucratic and legal system strengthened the legitimacy of centralized authority and promoted long-term stability. In summary, provincial administration and local governance were fundamental to the functioning of the Middle Assyrian state. By appointing loyal governors, integrating city administrators and temple officials, enforcing codified law, managing resources, and coordinating military responsibilities, the monarchy ensured that authority extended effectively across diverse territories. Standardized procedures, hierarchical accountability, and practical flexibility allowed provincial administration to maintain social cohesion, economic productivity, and political control. This system enabled Middle Assyria to consolidate power over its expanding domain, providing the structural foundation necessary for subsequent centralization, legal codification, economic management, and military projection. The success of provincial governance demonstrates the sophistication and adaptability of Middle Assyrian statecraft, establishing enduring principles for administration in the later Neo-Assyrian Empire. The economy, trade, and resource management of the Middle Assyrian state were central to its stability, expansion, and capacity to govern a territorially and socially diverse empire. Unlike the Old Assyrian period, which relied primarily on long-distance trade networks centered on merchant colonies, Middle Assyria developed a comprehensive economic system integrated with governance, military organization, and religious institutions. Archaeological evidence from urban centers, administrative tablets, temple records, and royal inscriptions illustrates a highly organized approach to agriculture, craft production, trade regulation, taxation, and resource allocation. This economic infrastructure not only sustained the state's daily functions, but also enabled territorial expansion, military campaigns, and administrative centralization. Agriculture formed the foundation of the Middle Assyrian economy. The fertile plains along the Tigris River supported the cultivation of cereals, legumes, and other staple crops, while irrigation systems, canals, and reservoirs maximized productivity and reduced the risk of drought. Provincial governors and temple officials oversaw the allocation of land, collection of surplus, and distribution of agricultural produce to support the monarchy, military, and civic needs. Administrative records indicate detailed monitoring of crop yields, labor contributions, and resource allocation, demonstrating the integration of agriculture into both governance and social organization. By controlling the production and distribution of essential foodstuffs, the state ensured the sustenance of urban populations, garrisons, and temple institutions, reinforcing both authority and stability. Craft production and artisanal labor were closely coordinated with state and temple administration. Artisans produced goods ranging from textiles and pottery to tools, weapons, and ceremonial objects, which were cataloged, distributed, and sometimes traded under the supervision of scribes and officials. Workshops attached to temples or palaces served as centers of organized production, providing both practical and ritual supplies. The integration of craft production into the administrative apparatus facilitated standardized output, efficient resource allocation, and accountability, while reinforcing the social and economic hierarchy within Middle Assyrian society. Trade, both internal and long-distance, continued to play a vital role. Trade routes extended across Mesopotamia and into Anatolia, the Levant, and the Iranian plateau. Administrative oversight ensured that commerce contributed to state revenue through taxation, duties, and resource allocation. Written records of transactions, contracts, and inventories demonstrate the bureaucratic regulation of trade, emphasizing the monarchy's role in integrating commerce into the broader objectives of governance, resource management, and economic stability. Taxation and tribute systems provided the financial backbone of Middle Assyria. Provincial governors, temple officials, and scribes oversaw the collection of agricultural surplus, craft output, and monetary payments from local populations. These resources were redistributed to support royal administration, temple activities, military campaigns, and public works. Standardized procedures for taxation, record-keeping, and enforcement ensured consistency across provinces and reinforced hierarchical obligations. By linking economic contributions directly to administrative and military functions, the state maintained both operational efficiency and social cohesion. Resource management extended to the control of strategic materials such as timber, metals, and stone. These resources were essential for construction, craft production, military equipment, and trade. Royal and temple administrators coordinated the extraction, transport, and distribution of materials, often employing conscripted labor or specialized workers. Administrative tablets record inventories, assignments, and allocations, demonstrating meticulous oversight and centralized coordination. Effective management of natural and human resources enabled the Middle Assyrian state to sustain urban development, military readiness, and monumental construction projects, reinforcing both authority and legitimacy. Economic integration was closely tied to legal codification and bureaucratic oversight. Laws regulated contracts, debt, property rights, labor obligations, and trade practices, providing a predictable framework for economic interaction. Scribes maintained records of transactions, production, and taxation, creating accountability and institutional memory. This combination of legal, bureaucratic, and economic regulation ensured that resources were mobilized efficiently, disputes were resolved predictably, and economic activity contributed to the overall stability and expansion of the state. The economy also supported military organization, which was a central function of Middle Assyrian governance. Agricultural surplus, craft production, and trade revenue provided the logistical foundation for conscripted and professional troops, fortifications, and campaign provisioning. Administrative coordination between provincial governors, temple officials, and military officers ensured that resources were available where needed and that economic activity could continue alongside military mobilization. This integration of economic and military administration illustrates the deliberate design of Middle Assyrian statecraft, in which fiscal and logistical structures were essential to sustaining power. Religious institutions played a complementary role in economic organization. Temples functioned as centers of production, storage, redistribution, and record-keeping. Offerings, labor contributions, and temple-managed resources supported both ritual activity and broader administrative needs. The alignment of temple functions with state economic priorities reinforced the legitimacy of centralized authority, structured labor obligations, and ensured that spiritual, administrative, and economic activities were mutually reinforcing. Urban planning and provincial infrastructure reflected the integration of economic management with governance. Granaries, workshops, Markets, storage facilities, and administrative buildings were strategically located to facilitate resource collection, distribution, and oversight. Roads, canals, and transport networks supported trade, communication, and supply lines, enabling efficient mobilization of goods and labor. This physical infrastructure demonstrates how Middle Assyria combined administrative foresight, economic regulation, and urban planning to sustain both local and state-level priorities. In summary, the economy, trade, and resource management of the Middle Assyrian state exemplify a highly organized and integrated system linking agriculture, craft production, commerce, taxation, and resource allocation to governance, military administration, and religious institutions. Standardized procedures, bureaucratic oversight, and legal codification ensured operational efficiency, social cohesion, and economic stability across urban and provincial centers. By integrating production, trade, and resource management into centralized administration, the Middle Assyrian state was able to sustain territorial expansion, military campaigns, and urban development, establishing a resilient economic foundation that supported political authority and social order. This economic infrastructure provided the structural and logistical capacity for subsequent growth, enabling Middle Assyria to consolidate power and lay the groundwork for the territorial and administrative achievements of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Religion, culture, and identity were central to the Middle Assyrian state, providing both ideological legitimacy for the monarchy and a framework for social cohesion, civic participation, and cultural continuity. While the administration, military, and economy sustained the practical functions of the state, religion and cultural identity shaped the moral, symbolic, and societal dimensions of Middle Assyrian life. Archaeological evidence from temples, inscriptions, reliefs, and urban centers, combined with textual records including hymns, administrative documents, and royal correspondence, illustrates the deliberate integration of religious practice, cultural expression, and statecraft. This integration reinforced authority, promoted social order, and fostered a shared identity across urban centers and provinces. At the heart of Middle Assyrian religious life was the worship of Ashur, the patron deity of the state, whose authority legitimized the monarchy and provided a sacred rationale for political, legal, and military action. Kings were depicted as representatives of Ashur on earth, responsible for maintaining divine order through governance, military campaigns, and civic administration. Royal inscriptions frequently emphasized the king's pious duties, victories in Ashur's name, and dedication to temple construction and ritual observance. By linking political authority to divine sanction, the state reinforced centralized control, moral legitimacy, and ideological cohesion across diverse territories. Temples functioned as both religious and administrative centers. They were sites of ritual, worship, and offerings, but also hubs for economic management, labor coordination, and record-keeping. Temple officials supervised artisans, managed agricultural surplus, and facilitated redistribution of resources, integrating spiritual, economic, and administrative functions. This dual role ensured that religious activity directly supported the operational needs of the state, while simultaneously reinforcing the authority of the king and the hierarchical social structure. The centrality of temples in civic life illustrates how religious and cultural institutions were deliberately woven into the fabric of governance. Art, architecture, and material culture further reinforced identity and authority. Palaces, temples, fortifications, and civic buildings were constructed according to standardized designs that reflected royal power, religious devotion, and social hierarchy. Reliefs, inscriptions, and decorative motifs celebrated military victories, religious rituals, and the accomplishments of kings, communicating both ideological and historical narratives to urban populations. Public displays of art and monumental architecture promoted a sense of shared identity, glorified the state and its leadership, and served as enduring markers of cultural achievement. These visual and material expressions conveyed messages of power, piety, and unity across the Middle Assyrian realm. Rituals, festivals, and ceremonial observances structured civic life and reinforced communal participation. Seasonal festivals, temple ceremonies, and royal commemorations were occasions for public display of loyalty, social obligation, and religious devotion. Participation in ritual activity fostered shared cultural norms, reinforced hierarchical relationships, and emphasized the moral and civic responsibilities of citizens. By embedding ritual into daily life, the state ensured that cultural and religious identity were closely aligned with political authority and administrative compliance. Language and writing played an essential role in cultural identity and governance. The use of Akkadian in administrative records, legal codes, inscriptions, and literature reinforced continuity with broader Mesopotamian traditions while enabling standardized communication across provinces. Scribal training, record-keeping, and textual transmission preserved historical memory, facilitated bureaucratic coordination, and maintained ideological narratives. Literacy, inscriptions, and documentation thus contributed both to administrative efficiency and the perpetuation of a shared cultural and religious identity. Middle Assyrian ideology emphasized hierarchy, duty, and loyalty, embedding these values within both religious practice and civic structures. The king's role as a divine representative exemplified the integration of moral and political authority, while officials, artisans, and citizens participated in reinforcing social order through labor, tribute, and ritual observance. Legal codification, economic regulation, and military organization were complemented by religious and cultural expectations, creating an integrated framework in which authority, obedience, and identity were mutually reinforcing. Provincial populations experienced and contributed to Middle Assyrian cultural identity through localized religious practice, participation in state rituals, and interaction with administrative structures. Temples, civic centers, and marketplaces facilitated the dissemination of state ideology, while local variations in practice were accommodated within the broader religious and cultural framework. This balance between central authority and regional expression allowed Middle Assyria to maintain cohesion across diverse territories without imposing uniformity that could undermine local loyalty. Artistic expression, including sculpture, reliefs, and ceremonial objects, also played a role in constructing collective memory and identity. Depictions of kings, deities, military campaigns, and religious ceremonies communicated historical, ideological, and moral narratives, reinforcing the legitimacy of rulership and the sanctity of state institutions. Material culture functioned as a medium through which social norms, political authority, and religious devotion were conveyed, remembered, and internalized by the population. Education, scribal training, and the transmission of cultural knowledge further reinforced identity and continuity. Scribes, officials, and religious functionaries were trained in cuneiform writing, administrative procedure, and ritual observance, ensuring the perpetuation of institutional knowledge and cultural norms. This formalized training preserved the ideological, administrative, and religious foundations of the state, creating a literate elite capable of sustaining governance, ritual, and cultural continuity across generations. In summary, religion, culture, and identity were central to the stability and cohesion of the Middle Assyrian state. Through the worship of Ashur, temple administration, ritual practice, art, architecture, and textual transmission, the monarchy reinforced authority, promoted social order, and fostered a shared cultural and religious identity. By integrating spiritual, civic, and administrative functions, Middle Assyria created a society in which ideological legitimacy, cultural cohesion, and operational governance were mutually reinforcing. This alignment of religion, culture, and identity provided the foundation for social stability, political authority, and territorial integration, enabling the state to consolidate power and prepare for subsequent expansion during the Neo-Assyrian period. Social structure and urban life in the Middle Assyrian period were critical to the functioning of the state, shaping daily life, economic activity, governance, and cultural expression. Archaeological evidence from urban centers such as Ashur, Nimrud, and provincial towns, combined with textual sources including administrative records, legal codes, and correspondence, illustrates a society organized around hierarchical authority, occupational specialization, and civic participation. Urban settlements were not merely residential spaces, but hubs of economic, administrative, religious, and cultural activity, reflecting the integration of social stratification with the broader objectives of governance and state consolidation. At the apex of Middle Assyrian society stood the king and royal family, whose authority was legitimized through religious sanction and reinforced by administrative, military, and economic control. Kings exercised centralized authority over governance, legal codification, taxation, military organization, and religious practice. The royal household was supported by a cadre of high-ranking officials, including governors, scribes, military commanders, and temple administrators. This elite class oversaw the coordination of provincial administration, urban management, and resource allocation, functioning as the operational core of the state. Their position combined administrative responsibility with social prestige, reinforcing hierarchical order and sustaining loyalty to the monarchy. Beneath the elite, urban populations were organized into specialized occupational and social groups. Artisans, merchants, laborers, and scribes formed distinct strata, each contributing to economic production, trade, administration, or infrastructure. Artisans produced tools, weapons, textiles, and ceremonial objects. Merchants facilitated trade and resource exchange. Scribes maintained administrative, legal, and economic records, and laborers contributed to construction, agriculture, and public works. Legal codification and administrative oversight regulated these occupations, establishing clear obligations, privileges, and penalties. This structured organization enabled the efficient mobilization of human resources and reinforced social cohesion by aligning individual activity with state priorities. Slaves and dependent laborers constituted an additional social layer, providing essential labor for households, temples, palaces, and public works. Their roles were regulated by legal codes, administrative oversight, and integration into economic production. While lacking the autonomy of free citizens, these individuals were crucial to sustaining urban infrastructure, agricultural productivity, and craft production. The presence of dependent labor reflects the hierarchical nature of Middle Assyrian society, in which social obligations and labor contributions were closely aligned with status, economic necessity, and state requirements. Urban planning reflected the hierarchical and functional organization of Middle Assyrian society. Cities were structured to integrate residential areas, administrative buildings, temples, workshops, marketplaces, and fortifications. Palaces and temples occupied central locations, symbolizing authority and serving as hubs for governance, economic management, and religious activity. Residential districts were arranged according to social status and occupation, facilitating both administrative oversight and economic coordination. Fortifications and walls provided security while reinforcing the spatial manifestation of centralized authority. This urban structure illustrates the deliberate integration of social hierarchy, economic activity, and civic administration in the material organization of space. Economic activity within urban centers was closely coordinated with both provincial administration and the central state. Markets, workshops, and storage facilities facilitated the exchange, production, and distribution of goods, while scribes and officials documented transactions, labor obligations, and tax contributions. Temples and palaces served as centers of resource management, coordinating the flow of agricultural surplus, craft production, and tribute. This integration ensured that urban economic activity supported both local needs and state objectives, linking social participation with governance, military readiness, and ritual practice. Legal and administrative frameworks reinforced social stratification and urban order. Codified laws defined property rights, occupational responsibilities, labor obligations, and penalties for transgression. Provincial governors, local judges, and temple officials enforced these regulations, ensuring consistency, accountability, and adherence to hierarchical norms. Legal codification and bureaucratic oversight maintained social equilibrium, facilitated economic efficiency, and reinforced the legitimacy of central authority. Citizens and dependent populations alike were integrated into a structured framework that balanced rights, duties, and hierarchical obligations. Religious and cultural life was deeply interwoven with urban and social structures. Temples served as centers for ritual practice, education, economic management, and civic administration. Festivals, ceremonial observances, and public rituals provided opportunities for communal participation, reinforcing social cohesion, loyalty to the monarchy, and shared cultural identity. Artistic expression in sculpture, reliefs, and architectural decoration communicated social, religious, and political narratives, visually reinforcing hierarchy, authority, and cultural continuity. These activities anchored urban life in a framework of ideological legitimacy, social participation, and civic responsibility. Education and scribal training were also integral to urban society. Scribes and officials received specialized instruction in cuneiform writing, legal codes, administrative procedure, and ritual practice, ensuring the perpetuation of institutional knowledge and the effective functioning of governance. This literate elite mediated between central authority and local populations, preserving historical memory, coordinating economic activity, and administering legal obligations. Education thus reinforced social stratification while ensuring that urban centers remained functional, organized, and aligned with state priorities. In summary, social structure and urban life in the Middle Assyrian period were tightly interwoven with governance, economy, military organization, and cultural identity. Hierarchical authority, occupational specialization, urban planning, legal codification, economic coordination, and religious practice collectively structured daily life, facilitating the efficient mobilization of resources, maintenance of social order, and reinforcement of political legitimacy. By integrating citizens, officials, and dependent populations into a coherent social framework, Middle Assyria created urban centers that were simultaneously functional, administratively efficient, and culturally cohesive. This social and urban organization enabled the state to sustain complex governance, support military campaigns, coordinate economic activity, and maintain cultural continuity, providing the foundation for stability and expansion in the later Neo-Assyrian period. Military expansion and imperial policy during the Middle Assyrian period represented a deliberate and systematic effort to secure borders, project power, and consolidate centralized authority across Mesopotamia and neighboring regions. Archaeological evidence from fortified cities, campaign inscriptions, administrative records, and reliefs demonstrates that military operations were closely integrated with governance, economic management, and bureaucratic oversight. Unlike earlier periods, where military activity was often reactive or limited to city-state conflicts, Middle Assyrian strategy combined organized campaigns, administrative planning, and logistical coordination to support both territorial expansion and internal consolidation. At the core of imperial policy was the king, whose authority encompassed strategic planning, military command, and diplomatic negotiation. Royal inscriptions and administrative tablets indicate that the monarchy determined targets for expansion, organized conscription and professional troops, and oversaw logistical arrangements for campaigns. Kings claimed divine sanction from Ashur, presenting military conquest as both a religious duty and a mechanism of political legitimacy. By linking military action to ideological authority, the monarchy reinforced centralized control, legitimized expansionist policy, and ensured loyalty among officials, soldiers, and provincial populations. Middle Assyrian military organization was highly structured, with a clear hierarchy of officers and specialized units. Provincial commanders coordinated garrison forces, conscripted levies, and professional troops, maintaining readiness for both defensive and offensive operations. Soldiers were organized into units according to function, including infantry, chariotry, and specialized logistical teams responsible for transport, provisioning, and fortification construction. This hierarchical system allowed rapid mobilization, efficient command, and strategic deployment across a geographically diverse territory, demonstrating the integration of military capability with bureaucratic oversight. Logistical planning was essential to successful campaigns. Administrative records document the allocation of agricultural surplus, transport animals, weaponry, and craft goods to support troop movements and sustained operations. Provincial governors, temple officials, and scribes coordinated these resources to ensure that soldiers remained provisioned and equipped while maintaining economic stability in urban and rural centers. The integration of logistics into military planning reflects a sophisticated understanding of the interdependence between economy, administration, and martial operations. Fortifications and territorial control were key components of imperial policy. Cities were fortified with walls, gates, and towers, providing defensive security and serving as bases for projecting military authority into surrounding regions. Newly conquered territories were incorporated through administrative oversight, taxation, and garrison placement, ensuring that expansion did not destabilize existing governance structures. Fortified provincial centers enabled rapid response to rebellion or external threats while reinforcing the monarchy's presence across the state. This strategic approach demonstrates how military and administrative measures were coordinated to consolidate authority and integrate new territories. Conquest and expansion were accompanied by systematic incorporation of local populations into the state's social, economic, and administrative frameworks. Local elites, craftsmen, and laborers were integrated into provincial governance, contributing resources, labor, and knowledge to support state objectives. Legal codification, taxation, and labor obligations were extended to new territories, establishing consistency with core provinces and reinforcing loyalty to the monarchy. By combining military dominance with administrative integration, Middle Assyria achieved territorial control without relying solely on coercion. Diplomacy and strategic alliances complemented military expansion. Treaties, vassal agreements, and marriage alliances extended influence beyond immediate conquest zones, facilitating trade, cultural exchange, and political stability. Administrative records reveal negotiation strategies, tribute arrangements, and the imposition of legal and economic obligations on vassal states. This combination of military force and diplomatic engagement reflects a comprehensive approach to empire building that integrated coercion, negotiation, and institutional oversight. The ideology of expansion reinforced loyalty and social cohesion. Campaigns were framed as the fulfillment of divine will, with victories attributed to Ashur and the righteous authority of the king. Rituals, inscriptions, and ceremonial practices celebrated conquest and legitimized the redistribution of resources, territory, and authority. This ideological dimension ensured that military action was not only a practical instrument of statecraft, but also a mechanism for reinforcing cultural identity, social order, and political legitimacy. Archaeological evidence, including campaign reliefs, fortification remains, and weaponry, illustrates both the material and organizational sophistication of Middle Assyrian military expansion. Reliefs depict coordinated troop movements, siege tactics, and royal command, providing insight into operational planning and the integration of symbolic communication with practical administration. Fortified urban centers demonstrate the deliberate placement of military infrastructure to support territorial control, civic administration, and resource management. In summary, military expansion and imperial policy in the Middle Assyrian period were characterized by strategic planning, hierarchical organization, logistical integration, administrative coordination, and ideological legitimization. The monarchy directed campaigns with careful attention to resource management, territorial consolidation, and incorporation of local populations, while provincial governance, fortifications, and bureaucratic oversight ensured effective control. By combining military force with diplomacy, economic regulation, and cultural ideology, Middle Assyria established a model of expansion that reinforced centralized authority, maintained social cohesion, and enabled sustainable territorial growth. This deliberate integration of military, administrative, economic, and ideological structures laid the foundation for the more extensive imperial achievements of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, demonstrating the essential role of coordinated military policy in statecraft, governance, and social stability. The decline and internal challenges of the Middle Assyrian state were the result of a complex combination of political, economic, social, and military factors that gradually weakened centralized authority and destabilized territorial control. While the Middle Assyrian period had established a sophisticated system of governance, bureaucracy, and military organization. The pressures of sustained territorial management, resource allocation, internal unrest, and external threats created vulnerabilities that ultimately undermined the state's cohesion. Archaeological evidence, administrative records, and royal inscriptions from the late Middle Assyrian period provide insight into the structural, social, and economic dynamics that contributed to gradual decline. One key factor in the decline was political fragmentation and instability within the monarchy. Succession disputes, contested claims to the throne, and factional rivalries among elites weakened the central authority and created periods of administrative uncertainty. Royal inscriptions and correspondence indicate that during times of succession crises, governors, military commanders, and provincial officials sometimes pursued their own interests or resisted central directives. This erosion of centralized control disrupted administrative coordination, delayed decision-making, and undermined the enforcement of law, taxation, and military obligations, contributing to systemic instability. Economic strain also played a significant role in internal challenges. Sustaining a highly organized bureaucracy, professional military, and extensive administrative network required substantial resources. Agricultural fluctuations, trade disruptions, and mismanagement of provincial contributions created periods of fiscal stress. Administrative tablets from urban centers and provincial settlements reveal gaps in resource allocation, delayed or incomplete taxation, and occasional shortages of provisions for garrisons and labor projects. These economic pressures limited the state's capacity to maintain urban infrastructure, fund military campaigns, and support ceremonial and religious activities, weakening the overall resilience of the administration. Social tension emerged as another contributing factor to internal challenges. The rigid hierarchical structure of Middle Assyrian society, while effective for governance, created disparities in status, obligations, and access to resources. Dependent laborers, artisans, and provincial populations could experience burdensome taxation, labor demands, or inequitable treatment, leading to localized unrest. Administrative records note instances of disputes, complaints, and punitive measures, illustrating that social discontent was a recurring challenge for provincial governance. Such tensions, when combined with economic strain and political instability, amplified pressures on central authority. Military factors also influenced the decline. Maintaining a professional army and provincial garrisons required ongoing recruitment, training, and logistical support. Overextension of forces, campaigns in distant territories, or failure to adequately provision troops could reduce operational readiness and compromise security. Archaeological evidence from fortifications and weapon caches suggests that some provincial centers experienced vulnerabilities, while textual records indicate occasional rebellions or incursions that challenged state authority. Military strain, combined with administrative and economic pressures, created conditions in which the state's capacity to respond effectively to threats was diminished. Administrative complexity, while initially a strength, also contributed to internal challenges. The sophisticated bureaucracy that enabled centralized control became increasingly difficult to manage as territorial, social, and economic networks expanded. Coordination among governors, scribes, temple officials, and military officers required constant oversight, and lapses in communication or record-keeping could undermine compliance with laws, taxation, and military directives. The very structures that had supported stability and expansion could, under conditions of political fragmentation and economic stress, contribute to inefficiency, corruption, or local autonomy that weakened central authority. External pressures further exacerbated internal vulnerabilities. Neighboring powers, nomadic incursions, and emerging states in Mesopotamia and Anatolia posed military and economic challenges. Border conflicts, trade disruptions, and competition for strategic resources strained the state's capacity to maintain control, requiring increased mobilization of resources and military forces. These external pressures often amplified internal tensions, forcing the administration to prioritize defense over economic development or civic administration, contributing to structural strain. Religious and ideological factors intersected with decline. The monarchy relied on the sanction of Ashur to legitimize authority, maintain loyalty, and integrate provincial populations. Periods of instability, failed campaigns, or social unrest could undermine perceptions of divine favor, reducing the ideological coherence that had supported centralized governance. While temples remained centers of administration and ritual, the alignment between religious authority and political stability could be disrupted by the broader structural challenges facing the state. Despite these pressures, Middle Assyria demonstrated adaptability in attempting to address internal challenges. Administrative reforms, legal adjustments, and military reorganization were implemented to restore efficiency, reinforce control, and respond to economic or social stress. However, such measures were often insufficient to fully counter the cumulative effects of political fragmentation, economic strain, social tension, and external threats. Over time, these factors contributed to a period of gradual contraction, setting the stage for political transition and the eventual rise of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, which would draw upon the administrative, military, and cultural foundations established during the Middle Assyrian period. In summary, the decline and internal challenges of the Middle Assyrian state resulted from a complex interplay of political instability, economic strain, social tension, military overextension, administrative complexity, and external pressures. While the state had established sophisticated governance, bureaucracy, and military systems, the cumulative effects of these challenges weakened centralized authority, disrupted resource management, and created vulnerabilities in territorial control. Understanding this period highlights the dynamic nature of state development, illustrating that even highly organized societies are subject to internal and external pressures that can alter the trajectory of governance, social cohesion, and imperial ambition. The lessons of the Middle Assyrian decline provide context for the subsequent administrative innovations, military strategies, and territorial consolidation of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The legacy and historical significance of the Middle Assyrian Empire are evident in the administrative, military, economic, and cultural foundations it established, which profoundly influenced the later Neo-Assyrian Empire and the broader trajectory of Mesopotamian history. While Middle Assyria itself eventually faced decline, the institutional innovations, governance structures, territorial strategies, and cultural frameworks developed during this period provided a durable model for statecraft, imperial administration, and social organization. Archaeological evidence, royal inscriptions, administrative records, and material culture collectively demonstrate how Middle Assyrian achievements shaped the development of subsequent empires and left a lasting imprint on regional civilization. One of the most enduring contributions of Middle Assyria was its bureaucratic and administrative sophistication. The integration of monarchy, provincial governors, scribes, temple officials, and military officers created a hierarchical, professional, and literate system capable of managing complex economic, legal, and military functions. Administrative tablets, record-keeping, and codified procedures established during this period informed the organizational practices of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, enabling effective territorial governance, resource allocation, and legal standardization on an imperial scale. By demonstrating how bureaucracy could support centralized authority, sustain economic stability, and integrate diverse populations, Middle Assyria provided a model of governance that influenced statecraft across Mesopotamia and beyond. Military organization and strategy represented another significant legacy. The professionalization of troops, hierarchical command structures, logistical planning, and integration of provincial forces with central authority established operational principles that later empires expanded upon. Fortifications, garrisons, and strategic deployment techniques developed during Middle Assyrian campaigns laid the groundwork for the Neo-Assyrian Empire's extensive military infrastructure. These innovations illustrated how careful coordination between administration, logistics, and armed forces could support both territorial expansion and internal stability, setting a precedent for subsequent imperial models. Economic management, including taxation, trade regulation, craft production, and agricultural oversight, was similarly influential. Middle Assyria's integration of economic activity with administrative and military structures ensured sustained resource flow, social compliance, and urban stability. Temple administration and bureaucratic coordination of production and redistribution served as an early model for centralized economic oversight. This approach enabled subsequent empires to mobilize surplus efficiently, support professional armies, fund monumental construction, and maintain urban centers, demonstrating the practical and strategic importance of economic infrastructure in sustaining political authority. Religious, cultural, and ideological frameworks developed during the Middle Assyrian period also contributed to enduring legacies. The centrality of Ashur as a divine patron, the integration of temples into administrative and economic life, and the use of ritual and artistic expression to reinforce hierarchy and social cohesion influenced the ideological strategies of later rulers. By combining religious authority with political legitimacy, Middle Assyria established principles for cultivating loyalty, promoting shared identity, and legitimizing imperial action. Artistic and architectural expressions, including reliefs, palaces, and temples, provided visual narratives that reinforced the integration of culture, governance, and ideology, leaving tangible markers for future generations to interpret and emulate. Social organization and urban development were likewise influential. The structuring of cities, occupational specialization, legal codification, and integration of dependent and free populations created a model of urbanized, hierarchically organized society. This social framework facilitated resource mobilization, civic participation, and administrative coordination, illustrating how population management, urban planning, and legal structures could support the objectives of a centralized state. These approaches informed the design and administration of cities and provinces in the Neo-Assyrian period and shaped broader regional understandings of governance, hierarchy, and urban life. The legacy of Middle Assyria extended to its influence on historical memory and historiography. Royal inscriptions, administrative tablets, and reliefs preserved narratives of governance, conquest, religious devotion, and civic organization, creating an archival record that informed both contemporaries and later Mesopotamian polities. These records provided a repository of institutional knowledge, operational strategies, and ideological precedent that enabled subsequent rulers to build upon established frameworks rather than reinventing administrative, military, or economic systems. The careful preservation of institutional memory thus contributed to continuity, innovation, and statecraft in later periods. Middle Assyria's influence was not limited to the immediate Neo-Assyrian successors. It also shaped regional political culture, bureaucratic practices, and urban organization across Mesopotamia. Its integration of military, administrative, economic, and religious functions demonstrated the practical interdependence of governance structures, establishing templates for territorial management and imperial oversight. Subsequent empires and regional states drew on these models, adapting administrative hierarchies, economic regulation, and military strategies to local conditions while preserving core principles of centralization, accountability, and operational coordination. In summary, the legacy and historical significance of the Middle Assyrian Empire lie in its creation of institutional, military, economic, cultural, and social frameworks that informed both the Neo-Assyrian Empire and broader Mesopotamian civilization. By establishing hierarchical governance, professionalized military systems, integrated economic management, codified law, urban planning, and ideological cohesion, Middle Assyria provided enduring models for statecraft, territorial control, and cultural expression. These achievements illustrate how a civilization can influence subsequent generations, leaving structural, ideological, and material legacies that extend far beyond its period of political dominance. The Middle Assyrian Empire, though eventually succeeded, remains a critical phase in the historical development of imperial administration, societal organization, and cultural continuity in the ancient Near East. The Middle Assyrian Empire, though eventually succeeded, remains a critical phase in the historical development of imperial administration, societal organization, and cultural continuity in the ancient Near East.